Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. You join us this week for good reasons, hopefully. But before we get on with tonight's broadcast, as always, there is something that we need to cover, which is, all the plugs, etc., etc. The first one being us. If you really like these broadcasts, there's multiple ways that you can support us and help us out. All the money that we earn from these goes directly back into the Component Cast in generating new shows, new content, and all that wonderful stuff. Best way to help us out is by going over to Patreon and becoming one of our fabulous patrons. Patrons do get extra bonuses, etc. Whilst there hasn't been a Patreon bonus for a little while, there is one that's coming very soon. Been working hard on something very interesting, hopefully to give to patrons very soon. So yes, but you can also get the backlog of bonuses, which include character profiles on previous season characters and stat blocks and all sorts of wallpapers and art and other bonusy things, preview looks at stuff that we're working on, all sorts of behind the scenes stuff. But yes, if you fancy helping us out, maybe become a Twitch sub or head on over to our Patreon. Other than that, the only thing else we have to cover are the wonderful people over at Syrinscape, who I currently use to send music across the interwebs to all of my wonderful players. But you can use their app that's available on the iOS store or the Android store to get yourself started, because it's a little fun app. You can click buttons and it makes sound effects or ambience for your games and your home tables. They also have a web player. For more information, head on over to Syrinscape.com. Without any further ado, though, tonight, one extra actual note is we sadly do not have a Ghibli Jam with us tonight. She is feeling ill, so if you see her at some point in the week on one of her broadcasts, send her good feelings, because everyone hates being ill. No, it's never fun being ill. But either way, without further ado, let's get on with tonight's broadcast. Okay, and we are back. So, this week I'm going to do the recap and shame my players because, one, a few of them weren't here, but also two, none of them fully remembered or wanted to do the recap this week. So,
I want it on public record that I did it last week and take no fault to this.
They put a hole in the side of my ship.
That's very true, they did. But the session started off with a Ghoul-tide party and secretly deployed birthday party for Darius Reynard, under the guise of a Ghoul-tide party. You also invited a few new travelers and guests onto your ship. The two Minotaur professors also joined, as well as the Bumnumdum theological professor, and the two royal guards, the Badgery men that accompanied them as bodyguards. Gosh, something just changed on my Fantasy Grounds UI and it really confused me. But they all joined the ship for the party and spent some time there, and the crew had a wonderful time. And once the party was done, you took a few more days in town. Let the merchant do their business, not before the night that you were due to, or the day before you were due to leave, you finally took your meeting with the supposed milk mafia, as the term had been coined, and things rapidly dissolved after a catalytic action, and I'm going to say catalytic, that attempted to fool one of the Fae enforcers that paint was in fact milk. Combat ensued on multiple levels of the ship, which finally ended after a quick flurry and some relatively fast action from Breton and Sol, who used their divine abilities to send most of the Fae packing. And after a small amount of fires being put out, and a small hole being carved in the scythe by an escaping earth elemental, we return to the party on the top deck with Breton healing the brownie. And a conversation was about to happen. So, Breton.
Yeah, he had just healed the brownie and was basically telling, all right, so you and I, we need to have a talk. What trouble did you get into with these Fae creatures that they are doing this to you? This is something that you need to be, it's important that you tell me the truth on this.
He kind of takes a moment. I made a deal to help get my freedom from various groups and promised them a dividend. They normally take whatever you have at the time, and well, for me, I was living on a dairy farm, and the thing I could get most was milk. But what they asked for got way too much for me, and eventually I ran away and moved into a cloud, and then found you guys accidentally landing on board your ship, and from there I made a deal with your friend Gourd. Then when Gourd stopped helping me, I couldn't pay anymore, and those greedy sons of bitches came for me.
Yes, Gourd was taken from us. So that's not something that is reliable anymore. What was this deal you made with Gourd?
Oh, well, simple. Obviously I didn't make him just give it to me for free or anything. It wasn't anything against qualms or ill-gotten. I was helping clean the ship, and he paid me in what I owed. I was doing a lot of cleaning and organizing and sorting things. I'm very good at that kind of thing. And then, well, he paid me in milk, which I then passed on, trying to work off my debt.
In the time Breton has been on the ship, has it seemed that the ship is unusually tidy for a vessel of this, for like a military installation? Like, is this something like, this is surprisingly clean for people who are responsible for cleaning up after themselves?
It's hard to say because obviously the crew, there's a large crew as well who are expected to keep their stations clean, etc.
Yeah, really, there's no cleaning stations on a ship. Ruby or Sol's gonna have a heart attack.
Yeah, it's like one of those things of but there are times when you've woken up and gone, huh, the night watch must have really been bored and try to get more tasks done, because that was a lot worse the next day, like the day prior kind of thing. So there could be some weight to what he's saying. He doesn't seem to be lying.
All right. Well, I don't have the authority to do anything or make any deals here. I'm going to tell you this. I think this might be something that we can work out for you. We're going to deal with these creatures because we don't want any unauthorized Fey connections to this ship. They don't have any authority here. They don't have any place here. But if you're going to be useful, I don't see why we aren't going to just let you keep doing what you're doing. We'll have to let everybody gather back up. Everybody else is going to have to talk to you, and we'll see what we can figure out about this. But I think we can come to an arrangement. One that'll hopefully keep you safe from these individuals. Maybe we can find a way to finish this dividend payment that you've been making and put it to rest permanently. Assuming they don't want to take revenge, in which case we're going to have to educate them on why this was a very bad idea in the first place.
Hey,
Well,
well,
he said them, not him.
For what it's worth, again, thank you. Gourd and you folks have been more than accommodating for a little one like me.
I don't like bullies.
No, same. Nor do I.
Can you walk? Are you good?
Well,
After the healing, how rough does he look?
he looks pretty full health, but his health isn't great in terms of.
And
also,
like there's still some knitting in time to heal the broken bone and such stuff.
Yes. It's more like the permanent injuries that were caused are still like gonna be niggling injuries kind of thing. Like he's always gonna have a little bit of a limp in that knee now. But as for like, he's not bleeding out on your deck. No.
Let's get you somewhere where you can sit down, and then everybody will be able to join with you. Sure. I think I'm just gonna take him. Breton will pick him up and carry him. He'll take him into the command deck, because presumably that's where people are gonna start meeting here in a moment.
Sure. The rest of you can also meet. As a note here.
And once people are here, Breton will just fill them in, like, so this is a brownie whose name I actually didn't get. Do you have a name?
I think it's McAllen, right?
McAllen sounds right.
Yeah, it was McAllen.
Yeah, it's McAllen, yeah.
So this is McAllen. He's a brownie. And some time ago, evidently he ran into Gourd. And he and Gourd made a deal that Gourd would provide him with a saucer of milk every...
It varied, but but mostly every week, kind of thing.
And in exchange, he would help keep the ship in clean working condition, tip-top shape, as it were. Evidently, this is some attachment to the other Fey individuals that were extorting him, as they helped him become free of a contract that he was indentured to. I'm guessing in the Feywilds, that I didn't inquire farther on, as it seemed like something he didn't feel like talking about. But this is the situation that we find ourselves in now.
I'm sorry. I'm backing up about 5 sentences. Milk?
Hey, well, it's basically where I was working on a dairy farm, and when you make deals, you kind of have to go with a resource that you can amply provide. So, in the initial setting of the deal, milk was my currency. But when I eventually moved away and moved into a cloud, it became harder to find, and then when I ended up on your ship, it became, somewhat hard to find. That's why I had to crack the deal. Plus,
so all of this happened for milk.
Yes.
hey,
Slowly turning her head, looking at Breton.
Breton is just looking at her like, the Fae are weird.
hey.
Okay.
So what was the debt for in the first place? Or why are you indebted to them?
Oh, they helped me get out of a situation that I wasn't very fond of.
And how long exactly was your contract with them due to run?
The initial kind of contract was technically done. They extended it.
So they altered the deal.
Correct, and I wasn't really in a position to argue.
We should pray to Bahamut that they do not alter it further.
Somebody knew where I was going with that. Alright, well. What is it that you were indigent to before, if that's not too personal information to reveal? What were they helping you escape?
Please don't say eggs. Or any other dairy product.
No.
Eggs are not a dairy product.
No. I was working. That's a little more complicated. But
I'm curious because if these are individuals who have a sore spot for the fact that you've been freed to them, and if these people are not protecting you anymore, if we're going to have to deal with them as well, I'd like to know who potentially we're going to be dealing with.
Well, I was a house servant to a certain set of nobility in the Feywild.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And, time is a little bit... Well, I mean, we went, 700 years and the sun didn't set, so...
Forever is a very long time. When it's for life. Yes.
Aye.
All right. So... It's obviously that this is something that we may have to deal with again in the future. McAllen, maybe you all have had different views here, but the brief time I've had on the ship, I've seen that clearly McAllen has been putting the work in. This is not a slouch individual. This is not someone who's just making a deal to save their own ass. There might be some merit in allowing this to continue, and if it's for a saucer of milk, fine. If it's something that we can negotiate with these other individuals when they come back, or perhaps they've gotten the message, that would be the easy route. I highly doubt it's going to be the easy route. This might be something that can be resolved plainly.
They came here and got trounced pretty hard. Even with the dancing from our members.
They did come here to talk, was the thing. I don't know if they expected us to be ready for a fight. This may have been just emissaries. I don't know. Were these the individuals you made a deal with, or were these just negotiators?
No, this was negotiators, probably the best. That's definitely not the Don.
Then I believe that we need to meet with this Don and make a proper deal, or put this to rest, as they say. I know this seems like, wow, this is something we really shouldn't be getting with when the world is at stake, considering that motherfucking dragon that we saw not too long ago, but...
You what now?
This is something that is... He'll just wave his hand. This is something that affects our home. And that is something that I've always been a firm believer. If something is affecting your home, that is something that you have to deal with first and foremost.
Big goals are helpful, but we can't forget to keep an eye out for the... She looks, bites her tongue for a second before just sighs and says, the little guy.
I'm sure Zep appreciates that.
Yeah, I do.
Look,
I didn't like the phrase, I'm sorry.
I've noticed what you folks are going through, and I would really hate for you to go completely out of your way for little old me. So, how about if I write to some old friends, see if they can get a message, and arrange for them to come to you when it's less inconvenient?
If we could find some neutral ground to approach them, that would be ideal as well. Are there any druidic groves around here that we could potentially find?
We are in the middle of a huge forest.
That's why I mentioned it. Presumably there will be a hotspots of primal magics that will be fitting for this.
This is some of the oldest forest on the entire plane. There's this whole place is. I mean, I've got there's got distant family members that live in various parts of this. Yeah, there's people and creatures and all sorts live everywhere around here.
Is it possible we could just buy out the contract, give these folks a few gallons of milk, whatever the
This is why I asked
whatever the units of measurement would be for this world?
This is why I asked what the contract was. If they've just been artificially extending it, there's no way to know what the true value is.
Well, if we can't buy it out, then we can tell them that under no certain circumstances will this contract continue, and to suck it up.
Peaceful resolution was my hope, but it could be possible that we're just going to have to end this, well, the way that we usually end things.
I would say they're going to be very unlikely to come a knocking right away, considering the hiding you just gave them. But, that's just my 2 cents on the matter.
Well, this is our
time
chance
to
to talk to
counterattack
them.
enemies right after they've taken a bunch of...
We've made a point that we are a force to be reckoned with. Let's have a conversation.
Well,
Go away, don't bother us, we won't bother you, and that'd be the end of it. Else we give you a few large barrels of milk and go away. And if not, we show you the other end of the stick.
I've got a question for you.
Hey?
Your original employers that you fled from, would they be looking for you, and would you get turned in if you did not meet your debt?
Original employers, probably not. They probably don't even realize I'm gone, but I needed help getting through the magical field that kept me in their own pocket dimension. That was the problem. I couldn't get out of that, and I needed help getting out of that. Someone outside had to call me in, kind of thing.
Ah, that makes more sense now. Thank you.
Those lot were so hoity-toity, they probably don't even know that I was, in existence. All I did was make tea.
Breton's going to look at that with an expression on his face that says, people that powerful, they tend to be a lot more aware of what's going on around them than you give them credit for. Maybe you're right, but if this is going to continue, I would very much like you to keep paying attention to any signs that they might be doing exactly what you think they're not going to be doing.
I can do that.
Mm-hmm. So, well, if that's what we want to do, then I guess we have our task. If they didn't want milk, what is the option that we just, could we circumvent the contract by giving them technically an unlimited amount of milk? Like, what if you just give them a cow or a goat? Something that theoretically could continue to produce at, a quantity and unlimitedly. That would be preemptively fulfilling the end of the contract.
That would... that's pretty darn smart.
It seems like
I have a habit of dealing with creatures like this.
At the end of the day, it is just a cow.
I have to assume they're going to treat it well because they're going to want to keep giving them milk, and cows are domesticated creatures. This is
milk. That is what you had. So your currency, it has no special quality to them. It's not like a drug or something.
I don't know what they take it and use it for. It was just what I had, and they accepted it.
At least once they did refer to it as that creamy goodness, so presumably they are quite fond of it as a beverage. Like, is this a thing where, are we just not aware that Fae, like milk is to Fae as alcohol is to us? Is this something they use recreationally, or?
Oh, the things I could do with that. Add it with some chocolate, a little bit of... Sorry.
I guess our next goal is to find something that can produce milk for negotiation, assuming that you can arrange it properly.
I mean, probably.
Alright. I think that, unless anybody else has any more questions, I think we've come to what we need to do with that.
In
Okay.
that case, I can go and find Lena and see if she can get us a cow.
And a meeting. Schedule a meeting somehow. How do we get a message to the...
I think that's what the brownie was going to try and handle.
Okay.
The other thing I would remind us is we only have the librarian for, what was it, a week, 2 weeks? So we cannot dally on this for long.
Didn't we already have a goat on the ship? That's where we were getting our milk from.
It's where our milk's from, yeah.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
to go.
We're not giving them my goat.
No, we're not, because that goat's great. But we can eventually get
that
another
goat puts
goat.
out. It's the goat.
Yes, thank
The
you.
goat
That was a good joke. Yes, that was a good joke. Thank you.
According to the SRD, 1 cow is 10 gold pieces.
Yeah, like it's not expensive.
Hell, I give them 100 cows if they go the hell away forever.
Let's start with 1 and work our way up to a number.
Sure. Okay.
Goats are good too.
You quite easily find the trader and can sort buying some livestock at a pretty good price. Not many liveries around here, but there are some, so that's very doable. As for the philosopher, you've got them for, I think it's technically up to a month before they need to start their travel back. They haven't got like they've got essentially, once they're in Atria, their visa is a certain length. The travel time isn't really, they can't really, medieval world is very much more difficult to take. You have to be like traveling by this. They have a departure date and then a time they're allowed to spend there. Then the actual travel itself could, it takes all sorts of time because it's so weather dependent normally, or most formal travel dependent.
Well, the other thing we should look out for then is maybe a way to travel to the Feywild, if that is what we were going to do.
Not something I can do yet.
I don't suppose you could help him in his recovery, so some of these are niggling injuries that are not going to be cured by just minor magics.
Oh. And Soul will help heal him, however much he needs healing.
Right now he's like at full health. He's just got
like broken legs and
yeah.
Medicine. Help set the stuff, medicine.
Yeah, it's kind of like medicine thing. It's gonna be that kind of thing.
I was just wondering if like a higher level healing, which is like, all right, let's just brute force this.
I mean, technically the spell heal would really sure him, but like
the other thing I don't have.
Yeah, it's like, again, this is one of the things he just kind of needs time, and like he'll probably walk with a bit of a limp for the rest of his existence, just because everything is set and like actually healed properly.
Magical healing has its limitations, I'm afraid.
Yeah. The blood and sinew and everything are fine. It's now just like there is a there's just a what's it called? Once a bone's been chipped, it's not easy to
scar tissue.
Imagine what the therapy costs are going to be for resist drug torture.
Perhaps there's another way to fix it, but I'm afraid I guess we just don't have the means to do that. I'm sorry. All right, let's go. Let's get this guy a cow or a goat or something. Let's see if we can solve this.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe Leno's already doing this.
That could be sorted.
And she'll actually pull Breton aside again. Is it just me, or a majority of our problems we're facing not from Elendor anymore?
Well, technically speaking, I don't think any of the problems I've had to face are from Elendor. I suppose you could count the Eladrin King, the Emperor, as a problem from Elendor, but I wholly believe that is something that originated from beyond the plane. There was the whole thing that your Ruby's father was doing that was definitely tied to something that is beyond this plane. I think everything in its deepest level is extraplanar.
Yeah.
Everything originates from beyond.
Feels like there's, I mean, can't even say that this Fae thing is connected to the other thing, but I guess I don't even have a point. It just feels like we're always constantly dealing with things that aren't Elendor related. Perhaps we should gear our defenses and abilities to be dealing with threats that are from beyond.
Brett just looks down at himself for a second.
Yeah, I know you. I'm referring to everybody else. Maybe Zep could work on cold iron weapons for the crew, or something.
Sure. Silver goes a long way, though that's pretty expensive to start just applying to weapons willy-nilly.
Well, one thing at a time.
Especially since most of the crew is either service thanks to Darius and using of crossbows or firearms in the defense of the ship.
Perhaps the trader can work out some sort of deal where we can exchange gold for, or earnings for, a inventory of silvered and cold iron weapons.
For the amount of crew that we have, that would be expensive.
It wouldn't be for everybody, but it would be some. Ranking officers, the best of the fighters. Us. We don't have any.
Pretty sure the magic weapons we have in our possession would be more than enough to deal with that. I haven't met a
Ruby holds
creature
up a dinky short sword.
Yes, perhaps we should find something for you. Something forged in cold iron and plated in silver would be ideal. I'm not sure if Atria. I'm not sure what Atria's forging is like, but that might be a thing that can be found there.
Possibly. Soul's going to go back to attending to any other wounded crew members who might have been injured by the fire, applying burn heal.
I think actually most of the damage was absorbed by your own party members who
Yes.
took the worst of it.
Hi.
Oh yeah.
I was doing a little.
How hurt is James?
About 50-50.
It's on fire for a significant part of that fight.
Him?
I was, but the fire got put out, and some of the wounds did heal to a point. But there is still some residual.
Will healing hurt him?
No.
Alright. Then I'm going to.
We're not dealing with a Divinity 2 situation here.
I'm going to heal James.
Or third edition.
Oh, yeah.
Here you go, James. Have some healing.
Ooh, thank you.
Or
Did that
fifth edition,
awesome.
or 5th edition on some creatures.
But not, like, everything. Like, 3rd edition, it was, like, all undead, stuff like that. So, yeah. You could offensively cast heal magic.
Yeah.
Third edition,
awesome,
third edition, positive and negative energy were damage types for healing, and
Yeah, I know. I like that. I like that.
some things they lost in the transition. Yeah. Anyway, I heal James for 24.
Nice.
They simplify some things that required a change. Story of 5th edition. They simplified some things, so something changed.
All for the normies.
All for simplicity's sake, yes.
More like we didn't want to spend 3 hours crunching numbers instead of role-playing in my role-playing game.
Well, it's also, like, this is my biggest issue with Pathfinder 2, is, like, I hate that there's literally just damage types that just don't work on certain things because they don't fulfill the specific niches of that damage type. It's like,
Anyway.
I'm going to cast something that's lawful damage. Anyways, yes, rambling.
Oh yeah. Right. Yes, I do. Okay, so is there anything else you guys want to do? Because the idea is that the next morning is when you start flying.
Well, Sol would like to find a way to requisition herself a short sword that is cold iron and or steel plated.
We could just go into town and find you a smith, rather than rely on the trader for this.
If you're looking for something to kill a dragon, we know an archery, or we know a Fletcher, bower.
Bowyer?
Bowyer? Yeah, Bowyer. Well, he does arrows too, so it's a combination Bowyer Fletcher, kind of like a
still don't use
kind of like a gas station that has a McDonald's in it. It's kind of.
It was the idea. Well, no, he didn't make those arrows. He had bought those arrows. You bought from his supply because he has a vendetta against a dragon.
That was not apparent.
What, really? Other than he called a hit for you? Like he asked you to commit a hit for him?
He didn't ask me. He asked Zeraj to make a hit. Zeraj is currently contracted to kill a senator. That is not. Darius has no part in that, other than knowing of it.
And thankfully, that knowledge isn't being shared throughout the ship. Otherwise, we're gonna have questions.
No, you don't even know.
You're right. We don't need to know.
Those.
Yes.
We go find a sword person.
Yes, we need to find a smith.
And probably somebody who's got a shield that also is magical, since somebody doesn't want to give up their shield.
I might need it.
Okay. So, last day spent in the city then. So anyone want to do some final stuff? Sol and Breton, you head to the top of the wall, which is where the smithing districts tend to be.
Absolutely. And absolutely, we'll just hire one of those. What'd you call them? The clackers?
Click-clack.
Click-clackers. It was click-clackers, not clack-clackers. Yeah, just hire some of them to get us where we need to go, so we don't just get lost in this darn.
Put aside like 3 gold pieces for like the hire of a click-clack for the day.
Oh, and you'll get your money back from Breton, by the way.
I have 777 gold now, guys. We're lucky. That's it.
Congratulations.
Do either of you speak any language of the native population?
Used to.
Just reset again.
Do you speak Elven, Halfling, Sylvan, Dwarvish is somewhat common here. Gnomish. Gnomish is very common here.
I used to.
I think I had to go with them last time.
Okay, James, you're going with them.
I gotta contract Claudia to just make a phrase book of all the languages she knows, so we can just kind of pass that out to the crew.
I mean, you have crew members that speak it. The navigators are wood elf.
True.
This is where they're from. They're literally from Bumnumdum.
But they're an NPC, so we don't really think of them as a person.
By definition, they aren't, but still.
Also, has Lake crashed for anyone else?
Yes, he lost power.
Right, yes.
That was the thing. That was said might happen.
Yep, he mentioned it in our...
Yeah, he's got a storm going overhead.
Okay, cool.
I also have a storm kind of rolling through, but it's a windstorm, which is probably just as bad. Just letting you all know.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Good to know. Sol, you eventually find the smithing district, and if James is with you, James can assist. Cameras are going to go a little bit funny right now for some of our players, so please bear with us, friends, whilst Breton comes back. What are you looking for?
A magical short sword that's thematically a saber, because that's more of her style, and a magical shield.
Okay, you're just looking for flat magical?
I'm seeing what's in stock. It's flat or magical in what variety of magical things can she acquire, find, see, buy. He's window shopping.
Okay.
I'm in the market for a new sword.
Let me consult some random item tables.
Something that's got some sting to it. Gets it?
Stand so, don't stand.
Okay, so there was my head went Lord of the Rings, and then Shane started singing Police. Which was
it hit both. Both of them hit at the same time.
So yeah, I was just like,
I almost shouted Roxanne. So I mean, could have gone either way there.
I'm feeling very punny today. I'm sorry. I watched too much Last of Us, and there's a lot of puns in there.
Haven't
Don't
seen
say
it
anything.
yet.
I haven't watched. I haven't watched this week's episode yet.
I haven't seen any yet. I'm waiting till they all come out.
There's only like one episode left, right?
Exactly.
Or 2 or something like that. It's only like 9 episodes.
Exactly. So la 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 la. Okay. So you want specifically magic? Okay.
Specifically to overcome the nature of damage resistance of a creature that might have an issue with normal weapons. If say they require silver or magical or cold iron.
I mean, silvered weapons. Well, like a smith can silver a weapon, pretty easily. So you could. There's any sort of weapon you can get can be silvered. But if you're looking for somebody that does something
special
else, is that's when we get a little bit.
Maybe a flame tongue. I don't know how much those are, but
oh my god, that's a little bit.
Flame tongue. Short sword?
Maybe need to head off into like a seedier part of town or like
or a frost brand.
Path.
Yeah.
I don't know, Midge. I found a random lightsaber at like a
so frost brand and flame tongue are not that wild.
Yeah, no,
that's
relatively
common.
I think they're uncommon.
They're uncommon. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Roach got super lucky. You know what? Give me a D20 roll as well.
Always lucky.
Sure. But that's a
Except when I'm
seven.
not.
That's we're running 7s tonight, huh?
7, 7, 7, 7. Yeah.
Yep,
Technically lucky.
Technically lucky.
Technically lucky. Okay.
I am technically lucky. The best kind of
The
lucky.
best you can find in terms of a shield is like just a kind of a +1. There's not much to go for here.
Better than a 0.
Yeah. You can get
shield. Cool.
You can get a +1 shield for a price. I will name you in a moment. And for like 400 gold pieces.
400? That's it? Okay.
I think so.
That's a +1 shield?
Yeah.
All right. Do I just take that from...
Sorry, it's 560. I didn't add the markup. My bad.
Markup? That's outrageous. All right, I will subtract 56 platinum.
And then...
And do I just pull that from inventory somewhere?
Yeah, so if you go into items, you should be able to search it.
Items, shield +1.
Yeah.
Infused shield, I guess is.
No,
What's
there
infused
should
shield?
be. There's
just shield.
If
in items.
If you go at the top, there's a tab for armor.
Yeah. Shield.
And there's a shield. If you just put in shield +1, 2, 3, all come through.
Honest to God, infused repulsion shield, infused shield +1, infused shield +2, shield expression.
Do you have the DMG?
Have you activated the correct books?
I will double check. Library modules. supplement Dungeon Master's Guide. Yeah, it's activated. Oh. Load. Yeah, the DMG player for players is loaded.
Hold on, I'll drop one into the party sheet then, and you can grab it from there. And then...
Sorry.
Yeah, shield +1 doesn't come up when you search that specifically.
That's for me.
It didn't for me.
Do you...
But when I type in shield, I could scroll all the way down and I'll end up seeing a list of shield +1, shield +2, shield +2.
There should be one in the party sheet now.
Now I see them. Okay.
There we go.
All right, shield. We will unequip the other. It is now equipped, and my AC is reflective of it. Wait, why is my AC down? I'll worry about that later.
Now,
Oh, change. Oh,
Would you say that there might be components here
There we
for
go.
like fireworks?
you might struggle on getting the saltpeter, but you might be able to.
I
come up
might-
with some.
More of the stuffs that goes like flashes, like the colorful flashes and stuff like that.
You might be able to find some materials, yes. Zep would be good to also ask on that. You might actually already have some sort of material, because it's different, basically different alkalis and stuff.
Because I was-
powders, etc. But you might be able to find some stuff that goes color. Why? What are you thinking of doing?
I was going to try and make a kind of like a color spray shot, like a color spray ammunition. That like just it's almost like an air burst, and it just like flashes in their face to cast color spray.
You're making a Roman candle.
Basically, but like so that I could shoot it.
As for first level spell, so essentially to do that, it would require enchantment material, and it would be the same method as enchanting a level 1 magic item. You can look in the enchantment guide currently on how to do that. Okay. As for swords, there is one that definitely takes your eye, and you're in the store of it's an individual who looks to be kind of imagine an elven individual who's very, very muscular and stocky, almost like if this person also has some sort of dwarven lineage to them as well, but they've got the very prominent like wood elven ears, and you see this fine like elven this like behind them, like as like the pride of their shop, there is like this fine elven short saber with a basket hilt, and like a purple leather hatchworked pommel with elven characters etched into the blade, and it's got kind of a bit of a Damascus sheen to it as well.
Time of day is it?
What time of day is it? Morning, currently.
Good morning, sir.
Sorry, common limited.
Point to her translator.
All right. I'll be the one translating for you.
Which language are you speaking?
Halfling.
My halfling's pretty rough, but I can still work my way through. How you doing? How can I help you?
I'm in the market for a sword.
That word I know. You come to the right place.
I'm part of an adventuring company that's...
We'll just say you're translating. Let's make this make it easier.
I'm part of an adventuring company who's in the region, and she holds up her current short sword. This is not doing it anymore. I have a little bit of gold and platinum to spend, and was curious about, she'll point to the one behind him, that one there.
He goes on to tell you of this sword by the name. It's called Duelist's Grace. And he explains that whilst a lot of people of my father's culture use power and ferocity to their advantage, others, like my mother, use fighting techniques that go through the fluidity and reflexes of a person. And this certainly aids with that. So this would be considered a +1 magical weapon. When you roll initiative using this weapon, you can designate one creature to be your dueling partner. Once per round, when you hit your dueling partner with an attack with its weapon, you gain a charge of grace, up to a maximum of 5 charges. If you hit a creature other than your dueling partner, you lose a charge of grace for that round. If your dueling partner drops to 0 HP, you can use a bonus action to choose a new dueling partner and reset your grace to 0. All charges of grace are lost if you do not attempt to attack your dueling partner for 1 minute. Grace. For each charge of grace you currently have, you gain +1 bonus to AC and saving throws against attacks and spells made by your dueling partner. At maximum grace on your turn, you can take an additional attack action against your dueling partner each round.
God, I wish I was a rogue. Your mother was the duelist.
Hey, he explains. She used to travel all of Solarum and entertain courts with exhibition matches and duel against against the court champions of various kingdoms. And my father was a paladin in one of the Duradin holds and ended up in a challenge bout against her, and they ended in a draw, and that's how they started their relationship.
And gave birth to you. Poor girl. It sounds wonderful. How much?
Let me double check.
Is it present? Like, is it out in the open?
Yeah, it's behind him.
Oh, okay. So it's not touchable.
No. It's like being held like under the signage of the shop, kind of thing. It's like
I would while figuring out the cost or whatever. May I just test its weight to just see its balance? It looks mighty fine.
Make a persuasion check.
James trying to hack off my sword.
No.
Okay, sure.
It's 20.
20. He goes down and he puts on a pair of gloves, takes it off the wall, hands it to you, Pommel, first.
I'm getting a very big vibe of Inigo Montoya's sword.
I'll go ahead and just gently take it and just feel the weight of it. And at the same time, I'm seeing if there's any like bad history, dark history to it.
Oh, you're trying to check if it's cursed?
Yeah. Well, not cursed, but I was going to be doing the Grimm's psychometry. Just to see.
I lost identify.
There isn't anything grim about it. This is actually this weapon hasn't actually been used.
So okay, yeah, I just wanted to see if there's any like sinister, tragic history.
It's never been used. I thought he just said his mother used it.
No, it's based off his mother's fighting style.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
It's a copy of his mother's sword essentially. Using his own flourishes. It's got like hints of elven and dwarven like weapon architecture in it, sort of thing. It's why it's the combination of like action and dexterity and yeah.
Look to James. Back to the
No,
12.
he's fine. Yeah,
I'll hold it.
Yes, it's a very pure sword, it appears.
Yes. It's currently marked at 6,500 gold pieces.
There goes all my gold. Actually, that may be just a little bit more than I have in total, because I've got 6,420 plus 777 gold. That's literally like all my gold.
Breton has the 500 gold pieces to pay you back.
Okay.
When you hold when you hold it, do you have any like expression? Does like your expression change? Do you seem like you want it but you're reluctant because you realize like how much it costs?
This is Beth doing that noise.
Yeah. What would Soul's response
Soul
be?
is an admiration of it.
Okay.
This is, I've never seen its equal. An elegant weapon for a more civilized time.
I doubt that there are many equals for this.
That there are many what? I'm sorry?
Equals to this.
This is and it does require attunement. Okay. That does complicate things a little bit, but we can work with that.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, it does require attunement, sorry.
Sure. Before I buy this, might I have your mother's name, so I can honor the legacy to which this is endowed? As Soul knows through Ruby, dwarves appreciate a little bit of legacy. She's trying to hawk a deal for a discount.
My mother's name was Altith.
Altith.
Called her Altith the Graceful.
Altith the Graceful. It is a beautiful weapon. And if I should purchase it, will sing the praises of its maker and of the woman who once wielded it.
One might even say that a proper name for it would be Ultith's Gambit.
Perhaps we could even to a raw 6,000.
I'm gonna make James give the persuasion check on that because he is translating.
Oh, that's not fair.
It's not your words.
Am I assisting?
I'm not.
It really depends on how much common the guy understands.
Would I have advantage or just gonna be straight through translation?
Straight roll.
Okay.
because also you're speaking halfling, which is also a little rough for him.
12?
The price I set is a fair price.
What else is in the shop? Just like a quick glance, like any other equipment or anything like that?
I mean, yes, there's other weapons, etc. None of them nearly as fine as this. It's like you basically the two best things in the shop are the shield, the +1 shield that has already been kind of, and that's kind of almost like a dwarven shape. It's got that like a elongated hexagon kind of shape, and then the rest of it seems to be like, pretty generic.
Does this look like a place that we could get, I guess, kind of like bulk supplies for the ship? Like for our crew, like our trained soldiers, I guess? The ones that were trained?
I mean, you could do. It's not got a huge amount.
Just to try and like work out a deal, like to kind of compensate, like save the 500, but hey, we'll make it up in like other purchases. You know what I'm saying?
We do have a sizable crew, which is looking to procure weapons that are especially effective against the Fae.
I was gonna say, just as a reminder, all your crew are currently pretty much armed.
Yes, we want to equip some of them with silvered and cold iron weapons.
Yeah.
Perhaps
Well, yeah, that's kind of what like. What does he have? Kind of like bulk available. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
He doesn't have anything silvered. He doesn't have anything pre-silvered or anything like that. He can do silvering, but that's at the same cost of silvering. But also, Zep can do silvering for cheaper. So that's a point for you guys to know. You will be essentially wasting money. How much
was it in total?
6,500 gold pieces.
Our crew earns a wage, correct?
Yes.
How about we try and solicit around the crew, see who wants to have their weapons silvered, and suggest that they come to this guy to get it done before we leave.
You are meant to be leaving today.
Yeah,
that's true.
She will sigh.
I had a day or two left.
Okay, that's how much I left. She will look to James, but then she'll hold up a hand. Sold. She will hand him 642 platinum and the remainder in gold.
Sure. He does offer to change the color of the pommel wrap and the scabbard wrapping to a color of your preference.
Purple's fine.
Okay, then he pulls out the scabbard, and you see the scabbard, like, you can tell because you can see what, like, you can't say read what it says. But like there's like script of like elven sylvan sort of script running down, like also like a metal plate along the scabbard, but it's like surrounded by like dwarven pattern work, so it's like a melding of the two styles again. And yeah, he puts it in the scabbard, and the scabbard is like, it's like the same sort of, matches the pommel. Okay. Done. Is it?
This is a weapon I'm going to have to build in fancy grounds.
It's yes. I will, or I might be able to do it myself, to be fair, and then just give it to you. But right now, it's a +1 short sword. So you can always pull a +1 short sword from the items list for now, and then I'll work out how to do the grace stuff.
Okay. Very well.
Because that's going to be some weird coding.
Well, good sir, thank you very much for providing us with such a fine armament. And if we require any further services such as this, or our crew does, we will send them your way.
He nods. He takes your I'm guessing with the amount that you paid in, it's probably in a mix of platinum and gold, and it's just sort of tends to like sort of put it into a chest away.
That's probably more from into a sheep. Take my gold, run. No.
All of a sudden, everything in the shop just disapparates and like it's empty, just gone.
The shop just disappears.
Yeah.
Cool.
The sword turns to a stick.
Is there anything else anyone wants to do? Are you guys ready to get on the road?
Oh, who added a short surplus one to my inventory already?
How much of the cannon forging did I manage to do, and did I finish making the weapon upgrade for James?
Cannon forging. Didn't you pay the town labor to be done?
I thought we just bought the rough cast, and then I was going to do the rest.
I mean, you'd need to like mount it and stuff. Essentially, would be the thing. Yeah. So the town foundries essentially cast a thing for it, and then you just polished up and mounted it, etc. So that's done. It needs ammunition. Those are where do you want those fitted to on the ship?
Probably one either side, in a like
Central location.
regular gun carriage.
Yeah, central location on the ship.
Yeah, I would say so. And then the two ballistas which Zep was making, front mounted.
Okay, so sort of like that, sort of. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
that's fine. More than doable. That's fine. And I would say with that, you haven't had time yet to start the weapon upgrade for James. Okay. Especially with the party and everything else, and the combat, etc. It's only been like
that's fine.
4 or 5 days.
And also the weapon upgrade is something I can definitely do while we're in transit because it's not that big.
Yes.
Yeah, it was something that I figured it could benefit the modifications list that's already there. To help out those that don't have a high strength score but still want to use a heavier hitting cannon.
Right, because you wanted to reduce the kick.
Yeah.
It's basically
or take the kick property out. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's recoilless type weapon upgrade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So begin. You guys managed to finally pack, and you in the afternoon begin to take your journey towards Atria. Flying over the great forest. The rest of this day goes pretty smoothly, but someone would like to roll me a d10 in this leg of journey. You did manage to buy a cow, by the way. Just as a note. So now you have a horse, a goat, a cow, and 2 giant badgers on board your ship.
Yes, it is an episode of Animal Farm down in the cargo hold.
Yep.
I was gonna pull, I guess, the crew plus the trader. The trader is with us?
Trader is with you, yeah. Well, I mean, they're on the ship.
Yeah.
Who told you I was a traitor?
Trader.
Oh, you didn't even tell us anything. We knew.
We've slowly started figuring things out.
We ain't dumb.
So, minor problem. I think I was the last holdout for any personal party funds we've had. The ship is doing fine, but as far as I understand it, most of us are relatively on the broke side of broke.
Yes.
You're, as a reminder, you reinvested a lot of money that hopefully and actually there's a windfall. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's for the ship. I'm talking us personally some money. Perhaps we should consider looking up, what's that time? A side quest in Atria for some money.
Wasn't the big issue that you had is that we don't really have time to be doing this, considering the stakes of what we're currently invested in.
And that's true. But
I'm sure changed when you spend 6,000 gold pieces.
Is that a Fable 3 reference?
No, I've never played Fable.
So you've just spent 6,000
gold
gold,
pieces.
and now you're talking about needing money. Reference.
We all do. Because I think I was the last person who had any substantial amount of money.
2.5 or 2.6 thousand.
2.2.
Who needs money?
Point of the matter is, if this windfall goes back into the ship as we suggested before, what can we do to solve our personal problem of short of asking Daddy for money?
Who's your daddy? That you'd
what
be
does he do?
asking money for? From?
That was a joke at Darius. You weren't here for that part.
I've been
Actually, that
paid
joke-
a wage.
Actually, I was going to say the joke worked on 3 levels. As he looks at Darius and Ruby and Valmir.
Also,
get
yeah,
paid
can
in
I
mana?
can I have that D10, please? That D10.
It was
I
a
rolled a 4.
Okay, thank you.
Or I've
But
given
continue-
that
continue.
man more money than he's given me. I got 200 gold
have.
pieces this campaign. I've given back almost 8,000.
I remember the moment where you're like, all right, I'm going to put in my 200 gold pieces, and then you immediately got paid back 200 gold pieces. It's like, okay.
But yeah, as a reminder, we have invested a great deal of money, so we should be seeing a return on this.
Okay. Should be.
Divvy it up.
Okay. Who wants dinner? What do you want for or lunch? I suppose. What do you want for lunch?
Something with milk.
No.
Oh, Zep. I was making a new drink that used to cold milk.
A cold milk.
Is that just
It's cold milk. It's a combination of cold milk, cream, chocolate, vodka, and some amaretto.
Okay, so it's more involved than just I've chilled some milk for you. Here you go.
It's an amore.
It's a new thing. It's called chilled milk.
Ice milk.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes out of the cow, cow's body is, warm, it's alive, so it's
Presumably.
gotta
Hopefully.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You don't
used to something opposite.
Speaking of
What
which,
do you
did we
mean?
get a live cow?
Yes, you did. What do you mean milking a cow isn't cutting its insides open and crawling into it like a tom-tom?
You've been doing it wrong this whole time.
I would be willing to try this. It sounds interesting, though. Yeah.
Wait, dairy and vodka? Did you say that was?
It's looks a little bit like put it in our Discord. I made them before. They are amazing. Like this.
I thought they would have curdled.
Yeah, no, I've always been taught not to mix milk and alcohol. It curdles in
no.
your stomach and you immediately comes back up again.
No.
Yeah.
Do it with
Yeah.
low enough alcohol content,
Yeah.
like a lower proof. It won't curdle it.
Oh, this is vodka and amaretto. It's not low proof. It's just ice cream. It's ice cream. It's a chocolate slurry ice cream with chocolate, more chocolate,
Yeah.
more chocolate.
They're really good.
They're really good.
Take your word for it.
White Russians, too. Also very good.
Anyway, Zep gets that brought up to his room eventually.
Thank you very much.
But Zep,
That's all I've got.
in this first day, you could have made that modification. Sure.
Okay. And that is where I am to be found in the workshop working on this recoilless mechanism, which is at the moment just a strange combination of springs which are installed into the stock.
Making a recoilless rifle.
On the third day of transit, a call comes over the tubes. Fire spotted, starboard side.
Was it me? Was it you?
Huge forest fire.
Oh, okay, not the ship. All right.
Orcs.
Sucks to be them.
Too bad we don't have Zep here. He could have rained on them with some great water.
We do have Zep here.
Not Zep, Zedaar. The other Z.
Fly us close. It's over the side.
I think that we should go and investigate, see what this is.
I agree.
Yep.
You don't want to
Let's
mask
take
yourself.
bets on it being a
Smoke
dragon.
Marcus, see which way the wind is blowing and approach from the other side so we do not get stuck in the smoke.
Yep. And you feel the ship take a much harder starboard, in fact, as it crews to get out of the path of the smoke. And those of you who are looking now, it is billowing, almost like a volcanic eruption from the tree cover, as this huge, thick, black cloud just rips through the horizon line.
Who has the best eyes? They should use the spyglass.
I think that's not me.
Not you anymore.
How big an area of fire are we talking about? Are we talking like a mile across, bigger than a mile across?
Looking like half a mile currently, but like the smoke plumes they go into at least the cloud cover above. Like it's quite a high cloud cover today, like so you were flying beneath it.
Has it been, like, we've been here for a while, has there been a lot of rain? Has there been a lack of rain? Is this dry? Like, did like a storm come through and just heat lightning this? Can we, what sort of check we'll be making to see if, like, what is the logical belief that caused the start of this fire?
There hasn't been any thunder or lightning. There hasn't been any, actually it hasn't rained in half a week now.
Half a week's not that long, that's fine.
Just check where Zaraj is. Did she like set fire to something else?
In the ground? No, she's on the skyship right now. She's in the center, not looking over the side. I'll
have a gander through the spyglass.
Sure. Give me a perception check, please. At advantage. Because of the spyglass. Okay. Have you not read the spotting scope's rules?
I will take the 19.
Sure. You see this absolute pillar of flame ripping through this deep forest. The fire just licking trees, being burnt to almost a skeletal tree-like structure between them. And you're looking, you're observing, seeing if you can see a root cause, if anything's directly there. And it's burning enough that it's coming towards a bit more of a glade in the forest. When you notice something. You notice the fire moving freely without a source of fuel. Like the smoke cloud itself is a gargantuan creature. And it's when a face that forms in the flames do you realize that there is something causing this fire.
Are there any like tubes by the telescope? I'd assume there would be, would there?
The telescope's on the observation deck, so yes.
Right. For whoever's not with me, I'm going to get onto the tubes as well and just shout, gang, we better prepare ourselves. There's something down there, and looks kind of hostile, kind of hot.
So we'll come up.
Okay. You all enter the observation deck.
could be. Does it look like, I don't know, like a? How big is this thing that I see?
Gargantuan.
What does it look like? Is it just like moving smoke, or
It's like a moving pillar of flame. With like sometimes humanoid structures.
it's like a really big smoky flame thing. I don't know. It's alive though.
Is there anywhere we could set down?
There's a glade like right there. We could set down in the glade.
Sort of check would it be to try and identify what we know about this.
But I would say the ship should probably drop us off. I'm not sure it sticking around on the ground is maybe the best idea. What with it being like made of wood and all that.
That seems reasonable.
Okay. As for a check to try and work out what this might be, I would say Arcana.
Is our philosopher friend here as well?
They can be, but they're not currently.
I think that we should
Arcana.
get their expertise. That is why they're here, after all.
Natural 20 for a total of 26.
Very nice.
Dirty 20.
I can't be proficient in Arcana, despite this being something Breton would definitely know about.
15.
Clearly, that natural 20 was just my impeccable description of what I saw.
You didn't have a natural 20, you had a dirty 20.
Your natural 20 was my description.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what it was.
So.
Soul knows exactly what this is.
Roll
it
me a
faith
wisdom
fiend or undead?
saving through.
Oh,
Yes.
go figure.
Is it Faith Fiend or Undead? Hold on.
I don't need to know exactly which one. I just need to know for advantage sake.
I don't know. I'm checking.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want you to just say out loud. So if you wanted to keep it secret,
Is Breton next to me?
Yeah.
No,
So I
it
would
is
have-
not.
okay. So I didn't get it.
Then I would have Breton's
Alright,
plus
great.
3.
Then
It's not Faith Fiend or Undead.
I had a 17 for that check. Then.
Blake, that is correct. It's plus 3.
Yeah.
Okay. 22.
A searing pain fills your temples. So as flickers of memory come shooting back to you, met finally by this flaming grimace. And you don't... This thing doesn't have a name per se, but it is a elemental of pure fire, and there's something deep down within you that does know what this is, but as far as you can manifest, it is just an aspect of flame.
Some sort of primal fire elemental. Do I have a feeling that if I fail the save, would I have more indication, or I would just take pain?
Something might have certainly happened.
I'm going up top.
This is gonna be an ordeal, but we need to stop this thing.
Hey, Zed,
So I suggest you start coming up with ideas.
do you want to test out your ballista?
It is of such a size, I'm not sure exactly what a ballista would do. I was more thinking if you had a way of raining water from above, but even that would struggle.
Soul's gonna go up to the surfacing near the railing, and continuing to watch it, she's gonna try to let that feeling out. I guess this is a save she could fail, or
You
deliberately...
want to fail.
I don't know.
Okay, then. For the sake of something, give me another wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Is Breton with her still?
You said
He
you
was
went
gonna head
up.
up, but if you took up first.
She said she was leaving. Did he follow her?
Assuming she was gonna do something stupid like jump off the ship, yeah, he probably would have followed her.
Very well. That's a 7.
Okay. I now need you to roll me a d4.
One.
So, you've heard of the term out-of-body experience. But inner body experience is something very different. Your vision goes black, and the world around you dims. Almost like a fisheye lens, you can still like see through your eyes and like see the world, but it's so distant from you. And like, if you were to look down, it was almost like you're in a room where your vision is in front of you. You feel a warmth surround you, and you feel whispering voices kind of cascade through the fire that erupts around you as well. And it is at this moment that you see yourself as well as something else next to you. To your right, you see yourself with brilliant red hair and standing at a very cocky standing in a very cocky stance and giving you a look of, well, now you've done it. And then this other, something that feels shaped like you, but is just a burning aspect of fire again, but just like this fully engulfed in flame vision of you as well, then to your left, like left and right. And you are grouped with it. Well, Soul, I don't think this one's happened yet. Glad that we get to speak, but, she's not normally here. Pointing at the pillar of flaming you. I'm not sure what's happening out there, but it's certainly not very good for what's going on in here.
Connected to it.
Well, it's from where she's from, and currently she's trying to get out. I'm trying my best to keep her at bay, but the only way we can keep her at bay is if one of us keeps her busy, and the other one takes the stage, so to speak.
Yeah.
I don't think we've got much time, so I need you to decide if you're gonna stay here and deal with her, or if I'm gonna go, because we certainly can't let her be the one. And the other you seems to be like, they've gone from that kind of cocky stance to, okay, no, we need to do this now because, and you also perceive this, the flaming visage is glowing brighter and brighter. And Ruby noticed this.
Soul will look at Ruby and say, "They're your friends. Go.
If you're sure. Breton. As you follow Soul up, you see her collapse at near the edge of the ship. And as she hits the floor, her white hair like almost erupts in fire and like ripples down, like so, like from her scalp down to the ends of it, in flame, and becomes fully red. Ruby, you take. I don't know if is Ruby at this point immune to fire damage?
She's never immune to fire damage.
Then I need to roll some d6s.
I need to fix her health because right now apparently she took some. Go ahead.
Yep, that's fine.
I also need to adjust inventory for a second. Sorry.
Gotta move some things around, I know. You take 10, 16, 19 points of fire damage as well as the change manifests. Okay. Yeah. Breton, you see Soul collapse.
If he sees a change coming about her, I imagine his first thing is just pick her up and get her on her feet. But seeing like she engulfs in flames, I don't imagine he calls for help in that instance. I imagine he just kind of looks at that waiting, because to him, like, this is... He was there when Soul came back, and this is not too far gone from how Soul came back originally.
Similar energy. Similar energy.
He saw that. He felt that presence. This is something where he was intimately aware of what was going on with that. So as this is going on, he's just gonna sit there. He's, you know, because I can do this. I heard the damage. This is a bit of a metagame, but we're gonna do it anyways. I'm gonna pump 30 points of lay on hands into Ruby as the fire is washing over her.
Yeah, she does look physically pained when this happens, I would say. So
he's just going to pump some healing into her. And just gonna hold her up and just basically wait for her to come to her come to her senses.
Darius, can you roll me a d20, please?
Sure. I don't know why. 5.
Okay.
Should I have added anything to that, or?
Nope, that's for rolling for my purpose.
Okay.
But yes, Breton, what are you've pumped the lay on hands. Are you doing anything else?
He's just gonna he's basically just gonna shake her a little bit and see if he can't get her to come back to consciousness. Because if she doesn't wake up when he heals her, then he's just.
She wakes up. She wakes up.
Yeah. Blearily looks up.
Ruby, you are really hungry. Like you, all of the like afflictions of the body being like where you haven't had yourself be present for so long is kind of like, like imagine waking up with the worst hangover. It's kind of what it feels like. It's just, but it's also like one of those things of you're past the nausea stage of the hangover, and it's just like, I am dehydrated. I need some massive meal. I want to, you know, stretch, click every bone in my body, kind of thing. Like the body, the physicality is just like, oh, what did I do the other day? Like it's that. It
feels like starts stirring up. Feels like a transformer. Just yeah, I know that feeling. That's how I get up in the morning. But she'll get up. I'm hungry.
That's the first thing you have to say. You're hungry.
I'm hungry.
Brent just lets her go.
What'd I miss?
I was hoping you were going to tell me that, because there's a fire elemental down there, and now apparently you're spouting red hair again.
Yeah. Turns out, gods can't just break souls up. We'll get to that. We need to solve this problem, because there's a bigger one. In me. We'll get to that.
As a note, you currently have 1 point of exhaustion.
Okay. I need food.
The rest of you...
She's gonna go to is she still wearing Soul's clothes?
Yes.
She's gonna reach in her bag and just find food. Jerky or something.
Sure. The rest of you, what are you doing? Valmir, Darius, are you guys doing anything? Or are you trying to track the flames? What's going on?
I'd say probably running to the big door on the side of the ship, waiting for us to get low enough so we can open it and get out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys are looking to dust off in front of this creature, essentially.
Well, in the past, just so like we'd be there ready, like it'd like hover over the ground, we'd jump off, and then it'd fly the fuck away again.
Okay.
So that might probably be
Let me just
better idea than taking a bit of fall damage off the side of the ship.
Because most of you have reset. I need to re-add Ruby to the party sheet. Give me a moment.
I need to adjust inventory, so...
And let's remove Soul from the turn order. Okay. So. You guys prepare. Zep, are you... What are you doing? Are you going to try and attack it from the air, or are we doing this? You guys are going to prepare in this glade.
I honestly do not think that the ballista or cannon would be of any effect against this thing.
Okay.
It is something we'll need to do from the ground.
I will set you guys up on a map then.
I am just wishing that I had create water right now.
You're not the only one.
Be nice.
I mean,
Sorry, not really in my spell list.
Mine either.
It is.
drink enough. We all create
It is
water.
in mine.
Why is my AC different from one character to another? What is different? What am I missing?
Inventory, maybe.
I'm checking.
Didn't Ruby have a ring of protection or something?
Yeah, what's equipped?
Soul has a ring of protection. It is equipped. Ruby has a ring of protection. It is equipped. Chain shirt armor +1.
Is your dex different?
No?
It's
Stats are the same.
proficient with swords now because it was Soul that learned it.
Classes stay the same. I'm still sorcerer fighter.
What am I missing?
That's weird.
Oh,
I'm missing 2 AC and I don't know why. Healed +1.
Your shield.
Equipped. Healed +1 is equipped. Chain shirt armor +1 equipped.
Drawn out.
Exhaustion? No.
No.
Okay.
Did you take any feats or anything as Ruby that you didn't take as Soul?
Nothing that would affect AC.
I'm
Weird.
sharing with you all a record of this. And I will need you all to roll
Fire.
initiative. Fire, yes.
I don't think my wand of fireball is going to do much good here.
No,
God damn.
it'll
I
do
was
a lot
just
of
thinking
That-
it was
that
the
fire
exact
thing looks
wrong
cool.
fight for Ruby to come back.
No, Ruby can
Yeah.
deal with that. Ruby has stuff to deal
I
with
think
this.
it's the right amount of squares for a gargantuan creature.
Gargantuan
4x4.
Forest.
Yeah.
4x4.
Yeah.
Huge fire elemental.
Yes.
Is the fire elemental?
And we will head to the battle map.
Looks distinctly
is it called Fire?
non-elemental.
It
Looks
is.
More...
It is called.
Well, it says
Fire.
fire aspect.
Yeah.
20
He's just a big flamey boy.
or-
He's just a big
Gonna
flamey
take
boy.
that 20.
17.
Initiative
Not
also
terrible.
has plus to it. How much initiative do we get for this? Plus for.
It's +4 from Breton's aura.
All right.
It gives a +4 to initiative.
I am
Doesn't
never
plus
leaving
Yeah.
Brent's side.
Oh, okay, cool.
And I will declare this creature as my duel.
Have you attuned?
A day.
Okay,
Three,
yeah.
3 days to do it. Yeah.
Cool. Just making sure that, because I know you had attunement slots filled and stuff. So.
Yeah, I had to drop. That's why my AC is lower, because I had to drop the Ring of Protection.
There you go. Not attuned. Okay.
Can you two-fist rings of protection?
I think you can have
you
two
can't.
rings.
You can have
Which
two
I
Rules
think-
rings.
You
but I think
can't
they
stack
can't
the same
stack.
magical effect, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I dropped the Ring of Seeing for this, because I don't think I need it right now. Someone's.
Does it say in the rules that you can because if you had a ring of +2 and then a ring of +1, would that
Would
be
be- Same
+3?
magical effect.
Same magical effect. Okay. Yeah.
They cancel each other out in the same way that you can't use Brace's defense with rings of protection, I think. A lot of them have the stated what you can and can't. It's mainly protection ones that are mutually exclusive.
I
So-
have a
So
Oh,
it's like
fire
AC
effect
is
on
kind of exponentially grown in this edition.
Yeah.
I have a
Apparently,
fire-
yeah, James, you're still on fire.
Yeah.
You can remove that.
Zerash is here.
Just multiple days of being on fire.
Yes. Does someone want to take over Zedaar for this encounter?
Oh, Zeraj is a rogue, right?
Rogue
Just
Ranger.
two- Rogue Ranger.
Rogue Ranger. Oh, I know rogues, but I've never stooped low enough to be a ranger.
Ouch.
I know we're not starting yet, but I gotta get my dog out, so I'm gonna
It's fine.
cast.
Do you know what we'll do right now? We'll
Take a
take
break.
our break early, and we'll
Yeah.
come back with this combat in 10 minutes time. So use this time, grab yourself a drink, everybody, and we will see you in a moment. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's wrestled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can beautifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime.
Given extended access to a wealth of knowledge, with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount to possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
If we take this job, someone is going to get hurt. Not me, of course. I'm an effing delight. You do what you do, I'll do what I do. I'll keep the red stuff inside of you.
Buddy, we live in Night City. Just breathing can get you killed.
This sort of job? Bullets flying, people dying, gangers riding, corpos trying to take what they don't already own. Doesn't matter. For us, just another day at the office.
When the world seems bleak, you follow your heart. Take that stage without hesitation and give it everything you've got.
There's a lot more to this city than you'd think. You just gotta dive beneath the surface. People like me, we dive into the depths.
Welcome back, everybody, to this half of the broadcast. We left off as our party are met. They sat down in the clearing, and in front of them, a huge, towering behemoth of fire, where elements of like rock and what looks to be burnt bark, as well as like clouds of smoke, form this horned demonic grimace and physical form, and behind it just a rupturing body of flame. It's a pillar of gargantuan fire. For those wondering, this is a creature from the Humblewood settlement, which I'm a massive fan of, and I've been looking forward to using this forever. You can fly over my Humblewood place, but I'm gonna force you to interact with it. So, combat begins. And at the very beginning is... I'm gonna skip through the people here, and kind of reset this combat, because it is Zedaar's turn first.
By a far and a large. Zedaar's turn
really?
first.
Which map are we on? Sorry.
Fire.
11 points higher than the nearest other person on this one.
Zedaar is going to separate herself from the group. She's going to action, move, and action dash, and basically just take off 60 feet over here. Actually, she's going to action, move, and bonus action dash, because she can do that.
I think if she bonus action Zephyr...
No. She doesn't need to do that. She's a tabaxi. She's going to use her tabaxi movement to double her movement for the round, and she's basically just going to go like 100 feet way the heck on over here, and just not towards the.
So,
not in the
as
fire,
a note,
going
over the rocks is considered rough terrain.
That's fine. With all of her movement, she can move almost 200 feet this round. So.
Yep, that's she's scary. Wow. And moving under the thick trees is also considered rough terrain.
Isn't she a ranger and basically ignores that anyway?
Depends on the type, what her favorite environment is, which is urban.
No, 6th level rangers, they get to ignore non-magical terrain. Non-magical terrain.
Yeah. Is she 6th level? Because she's multi-class.
She is a 7th level ranger.
There we go then. Fair enough.
Oh my god.
You guys are big. You guys are big, scary high levels. It's
Assassin's Creeding over this thing.
No, I mean Zedaar. Like, oh my god.
She is basically just going to.
Have you heard of her movements? She's
ludicrous speed.
Blinks out and is just gone, and she just runs over and takes cover behind like an overturned tree and is ducking down, ready to just start shooting the crap out of this thing when her turn comes around again.
Drop. Okay. Is that her turn?
They're in the trees.
Yeah. Ruby. Feels weird saying that again and it not being incorrect.
Yeah, Ruby
gonna
lands in the group. Hey guys.
Ah.
Nice hair. When did that happen?
That's
about 20 minutes ago.
Took us a long time to descend then, holy shit.
How long? Anyway, let's see if we do this right. And she's going to twin cast a spell Evil and Good upon upon Breton and Valmir. As I will select Breton and Valmir and cast Dispel Evil and Good upon them. There shouldn't be any rolling required.
Because you cast a spell attack on them.
It's not a.
It's still just still soul. Oh no!
It's just an effect that can be.
Yeah,
you need to hit the effect button.
Oh, effect. Boop, there we go.
And the traitor is revealed.
It was Ruby all along.
Yeah. So basically.
Bye guys.
Excuse me, I can't seem to stop coughing. For the duration of the spell, creatures that are of the elemental, celestial, and other variety, if they attack you, they have disadvantage against it. On your action, you can make a melee spell attack to dismiss them. Yeah. There you go. Also, you can't be frightened, charmed, fear, or possessed by such creatures.
Sick.
And that is her turn. Actually, you're gonna move a little bit. Just over here, closer to Breton.
She moves closer to Breton. Breton proceeds to not be close to her at all as he moves forward to try and be the front line for this fight.
Anticipating that he's going forward, yeah, where is Breton gonna go, do you think?
He's gonna charge forward.
Well, then she'll go... sorry.
As long as you don't move back, you should be fine.
Yeah, she'll move... yeah, there.
It's actually, you can only get to there because of the rough terrain.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Next up is Breton.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Breton's going to move his first movement to there. And then he is going to move again because he can. 5, 10. I'm assuming we can get between theirs. 15, 20, 25.
Yeah, you can sneak between those rocks.
He's just going to hold here, give people some good cover to use. And he's just going to run to here, swords out, and just looking up at this creature. As a bonus action, he is going to just raise one of the shields up as the light gathers around it and just forms a rotating barrier around the side of his body. He's going to cast Shield of Faith on himself. I have to target myself, and we'll throw Shield of Faith on me. Nice. And that is going to be his turn.
Okay. Valmir, over to you.
So he's going to run forward. Was it 25 that I can go forward?
Yeah, if you're interceding any of these like foresty objects, it's rough terrain. So it depends if you ignore rough terrain or not.
No, I don't. I get to like there maybe.
Yep.
And he's gonna go because having something protective and good cast on him, like just out of the blue, like when I know something's up, especially with the hair going on, like you never got really good vibes for coming at him from Soul, but these are some pretty good vibes, so he's pretty happy.
I'd say make an insight check, I guess.
I mean, sure, okay.
Sorry to interrupt. I would like to have cast a spell on Breton when we landed, by the way.
Sure. What spell?
Heroism.
He doesn't need it. He's already a fucking hero.
She holds herself differently. This Soul is very when she's fighting, it's focused, determined, as there is a rigidity to her. Ruby's a lot more jamming. There is a smile on her face.
Everything's on fire. You don't know if it's
fiery confidence. I guess.
Ruby always fights with a smile on her face.
There's a certain familiar warmth in that smile.
I was gonna say, I'm liking the vibe you've got going on, and with my bonus action, I am going to start muttering something under my breath in Infernal, and maybe the word Arakaz is in there. Who could really know? Really, let's be honest.
One person right next to you who doesn't care.
Hexblade's Curse this aspect of fire.
Fair enough.
Do I have that?
What's your casting modifiers at?
Modifier? Hang on, is that modifier or level?
Modifier. For heroism.
Spellcasting ability modifier is +5.
So I get 5 temporary hit points at the start of my turn.
Yep. And every turn for 1 minute, and you're also immune to fear.
Already immune to fear, but I do appreciate the temporary hit points.
Suspected.
Chill, I'm already immune to fear. Okay, is Valmir, is that your turn?
No, I'm also going to throw a couple of Eldritch Blasts at it.
Go for it.
So let's start with this one. Does an 18 hit?
It does. This thing is not hard to hit considering its size. If you missed, it would be more of a More of a triumph, if I'm honest.
Okie dokie. And
Valmir's
then we
rolls?
do.
Yes, even when Valmir's rolls.
Forgotten how to do Eldritch Blast. I've been hitting things for a while. Ah, there it is. Okay. And then we do this much damage. 22.
Holy, you do a plus 13 points of damage?
Plus 9, and then 4 from Hexblade's Curse.
How do you do plus 9?
How do you do plus 9 on a cantrip?
Because I've got the
Agonizing Blast is only charisma modifier.
My charisma modifier, and I've got Eldritch something or other. What's it called?
Jesus.
I think the +4 is already from your Hexblade's Curse, my dude.
Yeah.
I think you're adding that twice.
Yeah.
Have I?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Agonizing Blast is addition to your charisma modifier, and Hexblade's Curse is another 4.
Unless he has one of the Warlock enchantment things that
Yeah.
buffs it.
That is the one. Agonizing Blast is.
Okay, but Hexblade's Curse adds 4 as well.
Yes. So it should be 8 total, not 12 or 13.
My Eldritch Blast does.
What's your charisma?
Plus 9. No, hang on. My charisma is 20, so plus 5.
Plus 5.
Yeah.
And then 4. Your Agonizing Blast is what's giving you that +5, and then +4 from Hexblade's Curse.
Yeah.
For 9 total.
I've got my Eldritch Blast as 1d10 plus 9 force damage.
I think that's already set up for Hexblade's Curse. I think you never desayed that before you made your Hexblade's Curse work.
Currently, you've got it as a d12 plus times modified by charisma and a bonus +4 in the
Which means
numbers.
you already applied the Hexblade's Curse to it from a previous encounter and didn't take it back.
Yep.
What's Eldritch Smite is something I've got on this as well.
Eldritch Smite is you can expend a spell slot to do extra damage.
Yeah.
What's the thing that you've got on the? It's been ages since I've done an Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, I think you've already got it set up to do.
Oh, Agonizing Blast is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, which is
I had my charisma modifier to the damage, then my proficiency bonus, and then a +4.
You don't get proficiency bonus. It's not a weapon.
Hexblade's Curse is what's giving you the proficiency bonus.
Okay. Well, so take some damage off that. Then,
I gotta take 4 damage.
You were just adding the 4 twice.
Yeah.
Let me fix that.
Because currently, you've added your proficiency bonus in the calculation, and then in whatever you did extra there.
Okay, not bad.
James Augustine Willoughby took 1d6 cold damage. Oh, you're using your.
Is that your turn?
No, I've got another Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
I'll just do it again.
Do it again.
I didn't realize it was gonna.
Does a 14 hit?
No, it doesn't.
Then I was use a point of luck.
Okay, you can go for the reroll.
Okay.
25 will hit then instead.
Yes, it will.
And we do some more damage. 16 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, I've got. No, yeah, that's right, because I didn't add the extra 4. Yeah, so 16.
Correct. Okay, is that your turn?
Yes.
James.
Alrighty. Well, from under the coat, I'm gonna pull out the repeating rifle, and I'm going to spread my palm across it, and Frost is going to cast across the material. And then let's see, I'll move. Can you I guess confirm that so I can move some more? Yeah, thank you. And then I'm gonna head over here to try and get a clearer shot. There. Awesome. Why did that?
You've got yourself targeted currently.
Yeah, I know. I was supposed to only do 2 damage, not 4 damage. Because that was to activate my right.
Yes, but you have the 1d6 damage effect applied to you currently for your gun.
Yeah.
So you've just rolled damage on yourself, therefore it's applying the cold effect damage on top of it. So you needed to do the damage for your right before you give yourself the effect, otherwise you're going to do the effect damage on top.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
that's a very video game error.
That is coding error. You forgot the brackets there, buddy.
Alright, we're gonna put that.
You didn't specify. There was no specification on which damage. I'm just gonna make all damage do this.
And then I'm gonna target that big old fire monster beast thing, and I'm gonna try and take 2 shots at it.
Cool. Go for it.
Bang bang.
That's gonna be the first one.
Wasn't a 1. It wasn't a 1.
That'll be the second one.
Second one hits. 24 hits.
Alright. And there's the damage.
Oh my god.
Did it do the cold?
Yes, it did.
It
awesome.
James, give me a perception check. It gives me a disadvantage.
You notice that your gun is actually real bad.
Gotcha.
It doesn't roll over 1.
That'll be a 9.
Okay.
No.
What are you doing with the rest of your turn?
That was it. That was my bonus action. Action to do attacks and move.
Darius.
Right. See, out of character, I know getting close to like a fire creature is usually bad because it sets you on fire.
Darius also tends to know that fire equal bad.
The big thing on fire causing massive forest fire is bad.
I would let Darius make his own judgment on that.
Yeah. So the problem is that kind of makes my character redundant.
Oh, you have a bow. You've killed dragons with that.
Yeah, it's still just the short bow.
No, you got a longbow. You had a long. You did. You've been saying multiple times now that you had a longbow made. You just keep defaulting back to that.
But it's never been stated. Yes, it has been. Zep has spent time making it.
Zep, so it takes Zep 30 minutes to make a mundane item, if that. You have a longbow if possible.
I gave you a longbow specifically.
To be fair, he did specifically give you a longbow.
Yes, that was a long time ago, and now it's being used by somebody else, so I no longer have that in my inventory.
Did you give that to Zaraj?
I gave it to somebody. I don't remember who.
So let's check the party sheet.
It's not. I don't think it's a. I don't think it's a PC.
Well,
I think it's an NPC on the ship.
Do you ignore rough terrain?
No, I don't. So
then you can only get to here if you take that route.
Can I point out as well? Zaraj currently has the boots of levitation.
He does.
Does she need anything more?
I'm just saying that like it's a thing that she currently is wearing.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna attack with the short bow twice. Cause that's what I got.
That hits.
22 hits. Cool. And 9 misses. So I did 4 damage.
This is the short bow that killed the dragons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's killed dragons. Yes.
Gonna add a fire primordial to that number.
Who knows? Maybe.
You know, when this campaign is over, that short bow is gonna go into the deeds of legend, and some campaign next group is gonna find it, and somehow
that short bow is gonna become one of the next seals of Elendor.
I am kind of hoping that I kill something big enough here that Mitch just gives it a plus something just out of pity. Eventually, it just becomes a +2.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yeah, I got nothing else. I'm not gonna waste an action surge on a bow.
The aspect of fire just roars, and its molten arms reach down to the ground and rip forth earth instantly superheating it as it hawks a giant ball of molten rock towards you all.
But who specifically?
You all. It's a 60-foot radius.
It is a 15-foot radius. Give me a moment.
Okay.
That's about to be sucked to be all of us.
So that means it automatically has to hit Braun, Ruby, and me, because that gets the most people in 15 feet.
There. So Braun, Valmir, Ruby, and Darius make a dexterity saving throw DC 17.
Cool. Zep's on Braun's shoulders, so Zep too.
Oh, and Zep then.
What is your rule for that, Mitch? Because I thought it was something like, is it that has to cover more than half a token, or is it just it has to be touching the token?
The token has to be inside the. It has to be in the thing.
All right.
I'm gonna use Indomitable. I'm gonna re-roll that.
Sure.
I don't feel like I'm gonna pass this save even if I use a luck to re-roll it. It's just not gonna happen.
Cool, it got worse. So I
you
more
are
than
in
halved
the
it.
epicenter.
So did anyone?
I don't think there's a dodge.
Did anyone save?
Yes, Ruby did.
Okay.
Of course, Ruby did.
That's 4.
Why do you say it with that contempt?
You all take 17 points of fire damage, halved if you survive. If you saved from it.
I am going to use absorb elements.
Okay.
Resistance to fire. So what was it? 17 halved is 8.
Mm-hmm.
So 17 is reduced to
8
or 17. You
round
Valmir
down
passed as well.
No, I've got resistance to fire damage.
Yeah, but I'm having.
Oh.
So 17 as a half of 16 is 17 round
It'd
down.
be
So
4.
it'd be a 4.
Okay. Concentration check for
9,
that.
10.
Ow.
What's this thing's movement?
Yep. It's really goes good.
Yeah, movement. Speed is 40. Okay.
The flames look at Ruby and she just does the Luke Skywalker.
That's what I mean. Of course, Ruby saved. Because you weren't gonna take a lot of damage anyways. It's fire.
I'm not resistant to fire.
No, but you have things to make yourself
Oh
have
yeah,
things.
but that's not the same.
Okay, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's 64. This thing begins to glide towards. It's kind of ignoring Breton, who stands in front of it. It kind of looks down and then turns its head, throws this rock, and then moves towards the natural life of the forest. And you see, as the flames begin to catch the forest and burn the foliage, that the fire, as it spawns from this grassland, like also join it. And it gets bigger and re-heals some of its essence.
Right, we should have had the ship with 100 archers just raining bows as we were fighting this. Just to offset the
somebody's
healing.
gonna crit them.
Yeah.
Let's just make every combat boring. The archers can do it all.
That's the ultimate goal of a D&D party, is to automate the fighting with hirelings.
Except that I guess that this thing could throw fireballs, and having that throwing at a wooden ship did not seem like a good idea.
Ship's been through worse. Almost crashed on its maiden voyage.
So it healed for more than 17, so it recharges its magma throw.
God damn it.
Fun.
That's useful for...
I'm starting to wonder if Humblewood is balanced to the main core rulebooks.
Yes, it is. It very much is. This is just a very high CR creature. Because I need to throw big shit at you for it to matter.
This is moderate level D&D. Yes, that is how that works.
It's been one round, guys. Like, we can't be making judgment calls on balance yet.
I've taken more damage so far than I took in that entire last combat.
Well, I was taking quite a heavy amount of psychic damage at the time. Don't remember.
I took 10 points of damage in the last combat. I've already that's already been exceeded by 1 attack.
And then it's gonna move.
Mafia.
Now it's gonna move towards Breton. Also, let me just make a note. Oh, I should change my color. Hold on.
Soul, I'm gonna need some healing.
Who?
What?
Huh?
Hey,
Who's
that
on
healing
first?
potion you've got with my name on it, I give you permission to use it.
This area is also on fire now.
I'm pretty sure I already used.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, that's its turn.
During the attack on the
Zep,
ballista or
over
the
to you.
laser, whatever it was.
All right. Braun is going to sprint around the rocks with Zep on his shoulders, basically separating himself from the rest of the group. And then he is going to throw a little vial that glows with a blue essence at the creature. As soon as I remember where it is. There it is. I'm sure this thing does not have any constitution. It doesn't.
This is good. This is a good gauge because I need that for the gem of brightness.
It has loads of constitution. It just rolled fucking awfully.
Great.
So as Braun sprinting over, Zep's like pulling out this little vial, chucking it, and inflicting 9 points of cold damage.
Zep, make
on
me a
this
perception
creature.
check.
Okay. Perception is under skills. This is something I'm very good at.
What aren't you very good at?
That is a 6.
Okay. What are you doing with the rest of your turn?
I was being sarcastic.
It's still higher than James's perception.
Nowhere to go but up.
I think that's everything. I have a bonus action, but nothing really to do with it.
Sure.
Me.
Cool. Okay. Braun is done. Zaraj.
Yes. I don't know how to trigger some of the things on her sheet, so we're just going to have to deal with it the best of our ability. I may end up not using Favorite Foe at all, because this sheet's a bit of a mess. You still think you're great, Ghibli. Really do. Zaraj is going to use her bonus action to trigger her Planar Warrior, and she is going to pull out that longbow and just pew a shot off at it. Let me make sure I've got this selected.
Fantastic imitation of Ghibli there. Pew!
Personal union.
I think this is the correct one. Cool. So that is going to be this damage roll for 30 points of force damage. Then Zaraj will just make another longbow shot. Pew pew. There's another hit. This is not force damage. I apologize. This should just be normal piercing damage. This should have been. I think this is where they were changing it around last week, and we never fixed it. So that should. I'm guessing that should have been resisted because this is a non-magical bow. So 6 damage instead of 12. And that is Zaraj's turn as they just take their opportunity to shoot this thing.
Oh, that first one had sneak attack in. I was like, what the fuck?
Yes, it was sneak attack plus the extra D8 from Planar
My
Warrior.
head was like, is that right?
Yeah. Yes. 2d8, 1d8 from the longbow,
I'm just
1d8
trying
from
to see
Planar
if it
Warrior, and 2d6
resists.
from sneak attack.
Yeah,
the second attack it should have resisted because the second attack should have been piercing, not force, and it was not magical.
No, when you activate Planar Warrior, I'm pretty sure it's all force damage afterwards.
Nope, just the first attack.
Just the first attack. That's the mistake that's
Just the first
being
attack.
made. Okay, I need to go in and edit this thing. HP. Doing math is not easy.
Oh, I see why that's in there twice. Okay. Sorry, yeah, this is me using someone else's sheet, so I'm like, I don't know.
Gotcha.
Trying to figure out Zaraj's. That's Zaraj's turn. Yes.
Ruby.
Ruby's gonna stop. Look at Valmir. You've changed. Anyway, she can point a finger at this elemental and cast a spell as a bonus action as a ball will form before it turns bright blue as she is going to upcast Chromatic Orb at 4th level.
Okay.
And she is going to cast Cold.
Okay.
As a bonus action.
So what was the first thing that she did? With the spell?
Smiled at Valmir and said you've changed. Oh, she's casting Chromatic Orb as a bonus action.
Okay, so where did the spell come into it? Or did you say a spell?
She's casting a spell, yes.
Okay. I heard it's at first, with my first action, I'm casting Dispel. I was like, Dispelling what?
No, casting a spell. She is casting. She is casting.
Go for it. No, go. Absolutely, go for it.
Okay. Make the attack roll first.
She's kind of just casting Dispel Flames, really.
Does that hit?
Just about.
Cause death.
Second level is 3d8, 4d8, 5d8, 68.
Power word sword.
Ruby, make me a perception check. Even though I think you all know what's going on.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if
Breton is right next to this thing. Can I also just go ahead and make the check?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, 12 is enough, especially with that damage, because Ruby,
19.
you notice that as the cold impacts this form, some of the more molten core of this creature hardens and crusts over.
And then she is going to lunge forward 20 feet,
limiting its movement there.
She's going to lunge forward 20 feet with her blade and slash at it as an action, going to increase her AC as this is his duelist target.
Okay.
Let me make sure I get that correct. +1 AC and saving throws against attacks and spells made by this creature. Okay, so increase her AC by 1. Oh, no, it has to hit first. Okay.
You miss.
You gave it a shield by cooling it down.
Yeah, and we'll say that you just poke like the freshly crusted over bit, and it just. This is the first time Ruby's used a sword.
Yeah.
She's been witness to all the training, but this is the first time putting the training into actuality.
If you're okay, so when you roll initiative, when you hit your dueling partner, something that means and do damage.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That is my turn.
Okay, as you end your turn, close enough to the flames, you take
nothing.
5 points of fire damage.
Ouch.
Oh, actually, also you made a melee attack. You take. It doesn't matter that you missed. You take a further 14 points of fire damage.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Damn.
See that in writing. Sure.
I can read this. Sorry, just
hot.
It's very hot, but any creature who touches, makes a melee attack within 5 feet of, or ends their turn within 5 feet of the aspect, takes 2d10 fire damage. Flammable objects within 5 feet of the aspect burst into flames. You're punching lava. Like the actual core of this creature is more lava than fire.
14?
So it was 5 and then 14.
Okay.
Ouchies.
Uh-huh.
That actually kind of hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
Is that your turn? That is, because you entered your turn. Breton.
Breton's going to drop concentration on Shield of Faith.
Okay.
Which may seem like a really silly thing to do because he just cast it, but he's going to go with something more because this thing can do things.
Does warding,
Breton's going to cast
warding bond?
Right. You took half of that damage, and Breton took the other half.
So 14 reduced to 7.
Breton, add 7 points of damage to yourself.
21, 22.
Yes. So with that, I would take
13.
2 to my actual hit points because the temporary hit points, and then the temporary hit points come back at the start of my turn because Zep is my man. He's gonna cast Spirit Shroud on himself. And then as he does so, the silver flames begin to dance out from him and bolstering his abilities. And then he is going to make 2 attacks against this creature. I believe I've selected. Nope. I'm not selected again. Now we go. Now we're doing it correctly. First attack. That is a hit. I'm going to... I should have thrown a Divine Smite on that first. That's going to be 9 points of damage, and... Go ahead and do the... Tell me what damage I'm taking there, Midge.
Oh, yes.
For hitting it.
You take... 13 points of fire damage.
Okay. Con save. I'm fine. The second attack, I'm going to throw... Because I have this left, I'm going to throw a second level Divine Smite on this one.
Go for it.
If it hits. That is going to hit. Where's my Divine Smites at?
Don't forget whatever Ruby cast on you as well. Was it on you and Valmir, wasn't it?
That doesn't give me any extra damage.
Okay.
No, it just means any attacks against him have disadvantage. And he could technically one-shot this thing if he wanted to, and if he'll save.
That's going to be 23 points of radiant damage.
Oh boy, nice.
Points of damage.
12 points of fire damage. Back.
12 points of damage back to me. Okay. Con save again. That's fine. And as a note, because of Spirit Shroud, this creature cannot regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Baller.
It can't gain hit points till the start of your next turn.
Yeah.
Can you drop that in chat for a bit? Yeah, cool. Thank you.
I just did.
Also, 5 of the damage you took should have been from temp.
Yes, I will do that. I will put myself another 22 because 5 of that was to my temporary hit points. Thank you. Yeah, it's in the second paragraph. Any creature that takes this damage can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
That is Breton's turn.
Cool. You take a further.
Yep.
6 points of fire damage for remaining close to this creature.
That's fine.
Valmir, over to you.
Still fine. Maintaining concentration.
All right. So, first thing I'm going to do is, with my bonus action, I am going to cast Branding Smite. So some purple glowing energy comes out of my hand and up my glaive, and then I'm going to get to approximately 10 feet away from it, and I'm going to hit it.
Is that a melee spell attack?
It's just a melee attack with a spell component-y bit on it, I guess.
Does that qualify?
What?
As a melee spell attack? Branding Smite? Or is it just
no? That's a weapon attack.
Weapon attack? Okay.
The next time I hit a creature with a weapon attack before spell ends, my weapon gleams with astral radiance as I strike.
Radiance. Zep's used that before as well on the blunderbuss. It's any attack.
And so we do a bit of hitting.
What we just learned about this thing, Valmir's probably the best guy to be fighting this. I fight from 10 feet away, not 5 feet away.
Yeah. So first hit for 26 hit, and then I am going to do... with this, I do believe I should be adding the 4. I do 1d10 plus 10, plus my Branding Smite, which I actually didn't add on myself yet. Let me just do that real quick.
I think 1d10 plus 10 is right on that.
That's roll self. And then do that and that, and we just do a bit of hitting. For 23 points of damage.
Cool.
And then I'm gonna hit it again. And we score a 25 to hit. And we do... another 15 points of damage.
Okay.
And I'm going to turn to Ruby and say, I've changed. You've changed. I like it. And that's the end of my turn.
James.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and make 2 attacks to start this
Bang
off.
bang.
Couple bang bang.
Fire fry.
There's the first bang bang.
Listed that in forever. It's high school era for me.
So then also, I'm gonna use my brand of castigation on this, and I'll always know the direction of the branded creature as long as it's on the same plane as me. Each time the branded creature deals damage to you or another creature you can see within 5 feet of you, the branded creature takes 3 psychic damage. Your brand lasts until you dismiss it or until you apply it to another creature. It could also be dispelled. That's about it. That's the first attack. Second attack. 20. Does that hit? Midge? 20?
Yeah, 20 hits.
Or 18. And I think that's it.
Okay.
Your rifle was much cooler this round.
So how much of that is cold? Sorry, I'm having to track numbers.
So 10 of it total, I believe.
10 of it plus the
yes.
Damage.
4 from the first shot, 6 from the second.
No, I just need this. Oh, okay, yeah, this turn, so 10 total plus rubies damage. Okay, oh, it's fine. Cool. Is that your turn?
Actually, I'm gonna end up moving. I'm gonna move over here to Zep and Braun. I don't know if I could get there. He's on Braun's back, right? So he's not.
Correct, I'm on Braun's back, yes.
Okay, cool. Yep, then I'm gonna move there and that'll be it.
Okay. Cool thing. Darius, over to you.
Right. Gonna move back 15 feet.
So that's 25 foot of movement.
That's my entire movement.
Yeah.
I would have moved back further if I could. And I'm going to continue attack it with my short bow.
Okay.
That's a natural 20.
Ooh.
Okay.
Nice.
This thing's gonna die to this bow.
No, it's a ways off of death yet.
Yeah, but what if? And hear me out.
12 damage with that one attack. And attack number 2 is a 2 for a total of 9, and that misses. So it equals out. It equals out.
Yeah, nice balance.
Yeah. I've got 16 more arrows in this quiver, so we'll kill the creature by that point.
Okay.
And thankfully, I'm not in a group that can be hit by an area of effect.
Good, that is a rage weapon. So, Valmir.
That's me, yes.
It swings at you with a large fist of pure molten energy.
That's just mean.
I'm gonna
Why is it rolling at disadvantage there?
Because I've got protection, good, motherfucking evil, and also elemental stuff.
He's got Ruby's protection from good and evil on him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Go swing again.
I was gonna use my reaction to reduce it. Use Blood Curse of the Eyeless to reduce its attack roll by 6. Or by my 1d6, sorry.
Okay, misses again. Misses again. And then it's going to run through you all.
Oh, that's much ruder.
Yeah. So.
When you say 5, through all of us.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50,
you shot it with the short bow of God slaying.
60.
60.
Yeah.
And it's still attacked 3 times.
Only attacked twice.
Reduced movement speed.
So, those who it passed through, which are Darius, Valmir, and Ruby, can you roll me a dexterity saving throw, please?
I assume this does provoke opportunity attacks, I would hope?
Yes, it can do.
Okay.
Cool.
5. If it's provoking an opportunity attack, before you give Darius any pain, if I hit it and do damage to it, it's stopping moving.
No, well, yeah, that's true. Okay, but first, we need to see if Breton is doing an attack on it first.
Absolutely, I'm going to do an attack
hold on, I need to leave it here.
I missed it.
Ruby, are you doing an attack of opportunity?
And I take damage because I swung at it.
Yes, you do. You take 2d10 fire, which is 9 points of fire damage.
Okay.
No, Ruby is not taking attack opportunity.
Okay. Valmir.
I lose Spirit Shroud.
It doesn't leave.
Come on.
Okay.
I'm
it
gonna use a
also
point of luck on this.
It also doesn't take. I think it still burns Darius because you're a reach weapon. So I think.
It's only 10 feet.
Yeah, you're
okay.
currently
So
you're
yeah,
15 feet
so
away.
it would stop there, which would be 1 point off of yes.
Okay. No, stay. I just swipe at his ankle.
Okay.
You hooked it.
You take 8 points of fire damage.
Why do I take 8 points of fire damage?
Because you attacked it.
You hit it.
It still went through it
with a
because it has
reach
to.
weapon.
Yeah, but it went through you as well. Like you do. Okay. Are you waiting for it to get out of range, or are you doing it as it passes you?
Okay.
Because it went physically through you. It's 8 points of fire damage.
I'll take 4 of that's my final.
Those who passed the save. How much fire damage?
Oh, I haven't done that yet because we're working out how many of you are affected. No matter what, you're taking fire damage. This is to catch fire or not.
Oh, fun. What are we rolling? What?
So anyone who it passed through,
yeah,
roll a dexterity saving throw.
I already rolled mine 17.
I already rolled it. I got a 5.
It did not pass through me.
No, it didn't.
You're welcome.
So Darius, not Darius, sorry, Valmir and Ruby, you take 12 points of fire damage. Again, from the moving through you.
It's just 17 save.
Again, 17 does save, but that's to catch fire. That's not the damage.
Okay.
It's like you take the damage and then you save from the effect of actually catching fire.
Okay, I'm gonna use absorb element.
Yeah. So Valmir, you are on fire.
Yes. I know. I've been doing so much damage to this thing. I'm on fire today.
I'm already resistant to it.
Warding bond. You're already resistant to it. Because I'm taking half your damage.
Okay.
Okay. So it stops there instead.
So how much damage is that total? I'm sorry. Jeez. You already added it. Okay.
Okay. Zep, over to you.
Okay, I will say, James, we should keep separate. This thing goes after groups of people. As Braun runs to there, which gets me within range of the blunderbuss, Zep is going to start cranking the blunderbuss and aiming at the creature, which he will shoot at.
Oh shit, add a
for a 23, which hits. That is 10 points of damage, but it also sparks with arcane energy.
Yeah, what type of damage is that? You haven't put a damage type, therefore its resistance is...
piercing.
Magic piercing
damage.
damage.
Okay. Magic piercing. I see.
And it is also going to do Arcane Jolt. Now, this one I may not have. Oh, no, it's force. It says right there.
Set up right.
So it does an additional 6.
Okay.
And then I'm going to continue cranking and fire at it again. That is a 16 to hit, which somehow still hits.
Okay.
For a further 11. Oh, okay.
You see the chunks of molten rock eject from this fiery form as a roar is let out. Everyone within 15 foot of the creature, make me a dexterity saving throw.
I shouldn't have stopped it. Fuck you, Darius.
Oh, thank God. Finally, I roll good.
DC 17.
And I will say, Valmir, duck! And give you a flash of genius to get you to 18.
Hey!
So that's 2 natural 20s in that roll.
Right. 22 fire damage or halved as it explodes.
22, I'll take 5.
And you beat the creature.
Wait, it's dead? It's actually dead?
Yes, you stopped it from healing. The whole point of this fight was so it would roam around healing off things. It's this whole thing. You didn't try to just... You didn't invoke any of its legendary resistances. It was like, just, okay, combat over.
Guess I'll die.
Yeah, exactly that.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Midge. Like, this is the sort of thing that Breton's literally born to kill.
Yeah, it's fair.
This wasn't even something that he really did the most damage to. He just
I will say,
one aspect of it.
the forest is still on fire a lot.
Yeah, it's natural at this point.
Listen, we stopped the cause. Now it's just a matter of nature has to sort itself out.
Yeah, it's good for the ecosystem. To let it...
Were there any nearby towns or anything that could be affected by this spreading fire?
You don't know.
It's their problem.
From the air, would we have seen that?
The entire location of Bumnumdum is forest cover.
That's true.
You have no idea what this has just ripped through, or where it's going, or anything. That's the
map. Do we have a map of the region on the board? Can
no,
we
you
get in
don't.
touch with the navigator. Oh, jeez.
I feel like we should fly over the fire and see where it came from.
Yeah.
Does Ruby get a sense of what this creature really is?
It's called an aspect of fire. I told you what it was called earlier. Okay. Yeah, it's called an aspect of fire.
Oh, but it's more of, is this a creature that occurs naturally on Elendor, or did it come from somewhere or something?
Give me a fucking religion check for this.
Can I trade you that for Arcana?
No, because you're trying to sense its like it. This thing can appear on this. You've got no idea. You got no idea. You get it's a fire elemental, so it could be element of fire, but the core, the deeper you go on this plane, you hit fire. So it's like,
okay, that's fine. She is gonna dust off some of the flaming clothes that she's wearing. Where's
Valmy, you're still on fire, friend.
Oh yeah, I'll just put that out.
Okay.
I just felt a bit toasty, you know, it's just a bit toasty.
And are you guys moving away from the fire? Because
yes, I would imagine. Okay, we would be moving away from the fire that's right next to us.
Yeah, because
that's what you mean, right?
Remember, this thing just exploded on fire, and everything else is still on fire, and the forest is like still igniting. It's just
I don't imagine we'd stay within a bonfire.
Okay.
Valmir is going to run to Zaraj and say, come on, we need to figure out where this thing came from. And tell her to click on her boots of levitation. And then I'm going to use my glove to cast fly on myself. And does her being levitated and me being able to fly, can I like drag her around in the air?
Yes, but one has a severely different spell length than the other, I think.
I can go for an hour. I mean, I can carry her anyway. She's she weighs like 2 packets of sugar and a chocolate biscuit. Like, she's not very heavy. It just makes it a bit easier if she's also levitating.
I'd say it will help.
It's about what she's made out of, too.
Basically.
Okay.
I'm going to go fly in the direction that it came from. Like, go towards the south. Just to see if we can see... Because I know she's into, like, portals and shit. And I have suspicions this has come from, like, a portal.
Okay. You want to fly into the forest fire?
Like, up.
Yes. Remember how high I said the pillars of smoke were?
Yeah. Smoke is the problem.
We go, like, adjacent and follow it down.
Okay.
It's half a mile across.
Yes.
To be fair, we did approach from the less smoky side.
Yes. You did. But you're not in the less smoky side anymore after facing off against the creature.
Is it a very windy day?
Not overly.
Okay.
It seems like most of the spreading has been caused by this creature itself. But it is rampant.
Breton is going to be the foolhardy one to do this. He's going to check over the remains of the creature and see if there's anything about it, that any portions, any pieces of its body that now in its death have like solidified into something respective of its nature.
Again, that area is deep in fire now. Just as a reminder, guys, I don't know how to explain this anymore. The longer you're here, it's going to have effects because it's deep in fire.
That's why I was saying that Breton is going to be the foolhardy one.
Okay, good.
And do that
I'm just confirming because shit will happen. So, I'll get to Valmir and Zaraj as they explore the smoke in a moment. So it's anyone else staying in the immediate location of where the battle happened? Anyone else? Or are you going further into the glade trying to get far away from it? I'm just trying to trying to manage who's where kind of thing right now at the second.
I'm gonna try and head towards like a clearing to get like.
Because you guys were essentially you were in the clearing. You moved towards where the fire was coming on to face off the creature. You can now go backwards towards that clearing again to get safe away and have Zed contact.
Let's get the hell out of here and get above this and follow the path from where it came, if I can its trajectory.
Okay.
That's just a good idea, Roby. Wait, Roby?
Breton.
Hi, how you doing?
Breton. As you search the flaming creature, you do come across parts of molten hardened rock which seem to have formed its like almost skeletal structure and this like almost demonic head visage. There isn't anything that's like a rune stone or anything identifier, but give me an investigation check.
I'll cast Detect Evil and Good, which helps aiding in the finding of elemental stuff too, just to see if there's anything that helps here.
As opposed to...
you said investigation check?
Yes, as you search. Detect Evil and Good.
It's basically what I do, but instead of actively harming it, lets you know about them.
No, that spell doesn't help you here.
Okay.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything like... the only thing that's like this... the most creature-like thing remaining of it is its like head portion, which is this like stone... almost like a stone demon skull that was like filled with fire and molten rock and stuff, which is now sort of amongst the flames. Speaking of which, give me 1 dex save and 1 con save.
Okay.
As you continue to battle through the flames, you take another 10 fire damage, but other than that, it's like, and the air starts to become a bit like hard on the lungs, but other than that, you're fine.
Alright. Then he will, since there seems to be nothing to find, will just retreat away from the fire.
Okay. The flying devil man and cat. What are you looking to do, Valmir?
I just wanted to kind of see if I could see, like, where does the smoke and stuff stop? Like, where did it come out, basically? Where did this thing start? Like, do I remember from the air, like, how long the trail of smoke and destruction was?
The fire smoke line was about a half mile, with the smoke pillaring up to the cloud cover.
Right. So having to only, like, go half a mile shouldn't be too bad. If I'm flying the whole way.
Okay. How close are you?
I was trying to see if there was anything obvious, like a big fucking portal to the elemental plane of fire or something along those lines.
How close are you getting?
Like, if I just skirt the edge of the smoke, just so it's like...
Okay.
Basically following on the outside.
Give me a very high DC and very disadvantaged perception check as you try to look through a thick wall of black smoke.
A disadvantaged perception check.
Yes.
Would his devil sight see through that?
No, Devil Sight can't see through obscured stuff that's physical. Only magical darkness.
That's a solid... It's a real strong 9.
You get about half mile away and it's just smoke. Pluming smoke. So half mile is 3,000 feet. You can move at 30 feet every...
60 if I'm dashing.
60 feet every 3 seconds. Freaking linear math versus how long you have left flying. So
an hour of flying.
Yeah, so you've taken... It takes you 15 minutes? Is that 10 minutes? 10 minutes to get one length of it, I think. Yeah, I think it's about 10 minutes.
I guess I'll just come back then. It doesn't seem like we're going to catch much. Okay.
You guys come back. Oh, actually, also make one for Zedaar because she's with you. Whoever has Zedaar's sheep.
Oh my god, I out-percepted
He's afraid of heights.
Let's go.
Yeah, she's
scared of flying.
Her eyes are just closed. Okay. The Zep, I take it you've called the skyship to pick you guys up?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. It does so. You muted, Beth.
So how you been, Zep? Just waiting for the ship.
I have been well. How have you been, Ruby?
Good. Grins.
And what about Sol?
She's fine. I don't have a whole lot of time to explain. I can't hold this for very long. In fact, I probably should be going here shortly. I'm here, though. No.
Is there anything that you know from the great beyond that could assist us in what we are doing here?
No. No. I'm just clueless as y'all are.
Well, I'm pleased to have seen you again.
I have what one might call serious personal issues to work out.
Ain't that the truth?
I heard that!
Good. I wasn't trying to hide it.
If I had snowballs, I'd throw it at you.
Caught cold is basically advanced snowballs.
It'd be nice at this point. I've got burns on my face.
But
it just turns into water halfway there.
But the skyship lands, picks you all up.
So we know the direction that we have been flying. How much would it cost me to make one of those snapstones? In terms of enchanting material.
Do you have the spell sending?
Ah, no I don't. That's why I haven't done this before.
Yes. Sorry, bud.
Oh, also, she's just gonna run up to Brett and give him a big old hug.
He's looking worse than most people here. He's been on fire quite a bit, but he will just give her a hug as well.
She's a little beat up too.
You know, you say you've not been here, but I think we've been seeing a lot more of you than you've been given credit for.
Yeah, I've been trying to say things.
I've noticed.
Sorry I haven't been here.
It's not something we're blaming you for. Is this something we should be trying to fix, or...?
I think this is a thing I've got to work through.
Okay.
Wish you could, though.
Oh,
Hey, Ruby?
I'll still be around.
Yeah.
Sorry we couldn't save you.
You tried. But, hey, Valmir, you do me a favor?
Sure.
Be better.
I tried.
That's not what I mean, and you know what I'm talking about.
Always doing my best.
Yeah.
So what's death like?
I wouldn't know.
By the way, this is Yames. Yames.
Yames?
Soul. Yames.
Yes, James.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yames.
God, you've been with the Swedes too long.
Yep.
James, you mean Yosh?
All fun and games until you meet Yimiyan.
I don't know how long I'm going to be here for. And there is something happening on the inside. I don't know what, but I guess I should tell you all right now. I'm going to try to be here as much as I can. But Soul also is going to be here. And so is maybe somebody else. It's really, really complicated, and I don't really understand it yet. Okay.
I don't understand.
Following your lead, Ruby.
Sure.
Let's go fuck up Soul.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, you're back on the skyship. Where are you flying? Are you just continuing on, leaving the fire, or are you investigating more?
I do not think there is much more that we can do here.
I'm curious about see where it came from. An origin point.
That would mean flying into the smoke.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable putting an entire crew at danger for this. I'm sorry.
Hundreds of people on board. Smoke's famously not very breathable.
If you had a way of clearing the smoke away, then yeah, we could try, but...
No. Fortunately, I don't.
What part of the ship are you guys on having this conversation?
In the top deck.
Top deck or observation, probably. Probably top. Well, no, we came in through the bottom because of the hold.
I'm not doing this, but just out of curiosity, if I was to use thaumaturgy on the flames, could I make them dim? Because it says I cause flames to flicker, brighten, dim, or change color.
Yeah, it sets a size to that. I'm pretty
like
sure.
a 5-foot cube, I think.
Yeah.
Or like candles in the room.
Yeah, there is a
maybe
limit.
it doesn't say in this,
because
but maybe
it can't be more than the spell of like create or destroy bonfire, like create bonfire and stuff. Because there's a limit to the amount of flame. Otherwise, you could use thaumaturgy to erupt volcanoes.
Turn off.
Sounds good to me.
How does that work when it comes to flames? Can you just dim like a small section of a forest fire?
So I think it would be like you can.
Can I change this whole forest fire's flames from like orange to purple? I want some purple glow here.
But no, is what I was going to say is those of you who are on the top deck who have that clear vision, or from the northwest, you see 30 flying creatures flying towards the fire.
Let's see if
what do your spyglass's eyes see?
Fire brigade or something a bit more.
I'll go and find the spyglass and see what I can see.
Again, the spyglass is mounted. But you can go. You're gonna go to the opposite. I thought you were gonna say bring it to the top deck.
No.
Okay.
I'll go to the observation.
Cool, no problem. And as these creatures get closer, you can see 30 giant eagles or giant bird creatures. Some of them, seem to have riders. Some of them are grasping stuff in their claws.
Guess it's a way to put out the fire.
Zep, give me a perception check with advantage using the spyglass.
That is a 16.
Yep, a group of like giant owls, eagles, giant bird creatures being ridden by other smaller bird creatures for the most part. Seem to be heading towards the fire with like some of them with like giant buckets as well, like underneath, and they're looking. It seems like they're trying to react to the fire. One of the creatures as well, you notice on the back of one of the giant eagles seems to be a bear.
It's a very eclectic mix of birds riding birds and also a bear riding a bird.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not gonna engage with that.
Does it look like they're hostile or here to like deal with fire?
They seem to be carrying fire, putting out equipment, buckets and the such.
Do we have any rigging that we can use to maybe help?
We did help.
We stopped the source. We aren't stopping the spreading.
I don't even know what we could do with that.
I think that they might have an idea.
If we had a water source, we could, but there's also the question, how long do we want to stay here?
This is the sort of thing they've prepared for. This is the sort of thing they're made to handle. We prevented this from being a hell of a lot worse for them. I think at this point we've done our job and it's just time to move on. Assuming that things not just going to stand back up after a while.
Yeah, can we ever like look at it through the spyglass? Can we see where we killed it?
No, because that would be behind you. That would be well, you'd have to turn the ship, but yes, you could. You have like a what's it called? Like a 270 degree in the observation deck, but you were flying away from where you've just killed it. So you can turn the ship to go look at it if you want.
It's up to Zep. He
I think we should at least tell these people what occurred here and what to be on the lookout for.
I agree. Do I still have some fly left?
This time, probably like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't want to plump from the sky. Nah, I'm good. They can come to here.
How far away are these guys?
Close enough that it was hard for you guys to make out with like direct eyesight that they were what they were.
I am able to make you fly if you wish.
I mean, yeah, just so we can tell them what it was and that we stopped it, but we have nothing to fight the flames, sure.
Okay, you will need to put these on, and I basically strap 2 rockets to you. This is how Zep's magic works.
It is.
I'm increasingly less comfortable with how Zep's magic works.
Yeah. I mean, magic bullshit that we have no idea how it works, or...
Yeah, so, hold right there, steady. Just wait, just wait.
Siraj, leave Darius alone.
The rockets go off. You'll start flying.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna go jetpack my way over to these fucking...
Use your arms! If you swing your arms around, it'll make you fly. Then you can choose direction.
Okay. You begin to progress towards them. 20 minutes in, they're coming close enough to you and you're coming close enough to them that you get a fuller picture. Seems like, yeah, it's a lot of giant owls, eagles, all sorts. Most of them with like red sashes and harnesses and stuff on them. The front running one is being ridden by like a giant bear person, who also seems to have like a staff at their side. And then the others, there's like I'm not sure. I don't know if Valmir is familiar with various of these creatures, but there's like quite a few like owl people, like short, stocky owl people. Some of them in armor. There's a couple of like sparrow people. In fact, there's one of the giant eagles has like 2 sparrow people on it, like one at different elevations. Like they seem to be with bows and yeah, and they're just saying, and then like one of them on the wing like diverts off and comes towards you.
I assume you're here to put the fire out?
Oh, okay.
Can I try Elvish?
Yes, yes, we're heading that way. Yes.
It was a monstrosity. This thing called a fire aspect. We've no idea where it came from, but we killed it. It's dead now. We just have no ability to put out the fires, but the source is dead.
Thank you, citizen, for your kind and heroic help. The burning hearts of the forest is something that's plagued us for many, many, many generations. No matter how many times we defeat them, they will always return. But your help is indeed invaluable.
Where do they come from?
Deep below.
Are they coming out from, like, they come out from the ground, or...?
Sometimes they come from the ground, sometimes they come from natural disaster. If the spirits of the forest themselves they too succumb sometimes to the flames and become such as what you saw.
That's really gotta suck when your whole country is just a big forest.
Again, it is something that has plagued us for many, many generations.
Well, I don't have too much time left on this thing, and you gotta go fight fire, so good luck.
Thank you.
I'm gonna fly back.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell the rest what I saw, what I said, and what, you know. Apparently this is something that they're pretty, you know, they have on the regular. It's happened many times before.
And also now you see the bear on the back of the front running seems to be like you guys are close enough to see that this is kind of happening on the background, is like waving their staff around, and like you see like a storm cloud forming above them.
Mm-hmm. It is time for us to leave.
Yep.
I believe that inclement weather is about to come in.
Yes.
Ruby.
Yeah.
Did you catch what he was saying? It was in Elvish, and I didn't.
Yeah, I heard.
It was like a 30-minute fly away from the ship.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I thought you translated it. That you said you came back and told Ruby.
Oh yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have, like, I would have told everyone what they'd said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From deep below?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that a long time ago when we were fighting the salamanders inside that place in Midgwen. Modgwen?
Modgwen. Yes.
But this seems to be a location where this is a frequent occurrence. And these are definitely elementals.
Yeah. Well, we don't really have the
time.
No,
but it's worth writing down in your journal. Since this is the first time in a long time, you'll actually be able to make a note in your journal.
I haven't had the chance to write in it yet. I will.
Okay. So, you continue your journey. The rest of the week goes by pretty uneventful. And you surmise you've probably got 3 to 4 more days of travel before you hit Atria.
At what point does Ruby actually disappear? Or turn back into soul, I guess?
She hasn't yet.
So there will be a lot of time for talking. Good to know.
There's time to talk.
Ruby goes back to cooking, and an awful lot of complaining about Soul's organization.
I did not want to tell her, but your cooking is better.
Actually not.
Zeb still prefers it. It has more spice.
It's called Love Zep. Everything I make has a dash of love in it.
Sugar, spice, and everything nice.
That's maybe pushing it.
Then you put in the secret ingredient, chemical X.
Yeah, gunpowder.
Yes, that's...
Ruby uses MSG?
Yes, Ruby would use MSG. Because MSG is amazing.
Yeah.
Is that umami?
So, you guys have a few more days of downtime. I need another D10 roll, as a new week has begun whilst traveling.
Waha!
Zep, before anything happens.
8.
Can you spend the resources to make me a bow so I don't feel bad about just putting it in my inventory? Because it does cost a minute amount of creation, doesn't it? Of
Sorry,
crafting resources.
I did not understand. You actually want a bow now?
Actually, I want to know, since we do have an enchanting room now, don't we?
Yeah.
So can you enchant this one so I don't have to get rid of it? Because it does have some sentiment. There are some hash marks in here that are shaped like dragons that I don't want to get rid of.
I was going to say, I would take it as an insult if you used something taller.
Okay.
Yeah, I can make it. This is no problem. Do you want me to make a new bow and enchant that, or do you wish this one to be enchanted?
No, just take this one. It'll be fine. And I'll spend some silver pieces so that you can replace my 4 arrows that are assumed just immolated as soon as they hit the.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So.
Ammunition did not fare well against that creature.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, my ability means that. Where is it? Craft a magic item with the rarity of common or uncommon takes me a quarter of the time and costs me half as much gold. Or enchanting materials in that case.
Okay. So, you have the guide, Mordred.
I do. I was even reading it earlier.
Yeah. So, what kind of enchant are you trying to do on it?
What would you like it to do?
Surprise me. I honestly don't know what you can do, so just go ahead with it. Have fun.
Do you just want bog standard +1, or do you want it to actually do something more?
+1 would be nice, because that does a +1 to damage and to hit, right? So my heads, that would be nice. I don't know, is there anything like special damage type, or like making it like more effective against something? I don't know what an uncommon enchantment would be. So, it's kind of.
Or what is a +1? Is that common or uncommon?
So an enchanting, uncommon would be up to a 3rd level spell's worth enchanted.
Okay. And this would be an internal enchantment, so the price would be multiplied by 5. Yep. I believe.
So you can go ahead and work that out and let me know by the end of the session, and I'll put that on my character sheet. Okay. Or right before we get into another combat. Would also be good.
So would it balance out if I did a 2nd level spell and then made it +1?
+1 is uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
And then +2 is rare.
Yeah, 2nd and 3rd level is also at the same level as uncommon, it looks like on this chart.
Just even a +1 would make it a magic, so that would help against resistances,
Not always.
Right? No, yeah, you're right.
Not always. Masterwork are not considered magic.
Right. But Masterwork doesn't add the +1 damage, it's just the to hit. I believe.
Is it an infused thing that you do?
That's another thing I do. So infusions are basically free magic items that I can just make whenever as a part of a long rest. And then I also have that ability which allows me to make permanent magic items for cheap.
Give an artificer an enchantment book, he said. It'll be fine, he said.
Yeah, so just give me a bit to look through this and see what I can actually add.
I would say you two, like, you've got the materials, you've got the guide. Zep is advanced enough that these rolls, once are rolled, they're, like, I don't think Zep can fail quite a few of these anymore. So, especially at that level. So, yeah, I'll let you guys discuss and sort that out off.
Cool.
Off piece.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much time here.
Yes. But with an 8, again, the rest of your travel is going to go pretty smoothly. Is there anything anyone would like to do on board the ship? Any discussions you guys would like to have? You do have a returned old friend, after all.
So, Ruby, you said sometimes it's going to be you, and sometimes it's going to be Soul. You also said there was sometimes it was going to be someone else. So you know this someone else already, or?
Sort of. There's... I don't know for sure. Camera, why are you blurry? Why does the camera keep blurring out of me? I don't know for sure anything about what's going on. I only have my observations, so here's they are as I know them. My father killed me. And when I died, I was presented with a choice. I could pass on, as all of us are meant to do sooner or later, I suppose. Or I could be better, suppose is the apropos word for it. You all know that I have battled with my inner demons for a long time. Darius sees them more than most, but Breton perhaps knows them the best. I like to fight. I like a good war. I like challenging myself. And that often comes with a consequence to myself and to all those around me. Soul is supposed to be me without that. I think. She's supposed to be the part of me that cares about all of you. Don't roll your eyes, Valmir. You know she does. The other me, though I have not had the opportunity to meet them yet, I suspect is that in reverse. Does that make any sense?
So, kind of like you without inhibitions or care.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like it's going to be a bit of a riot.
Yeah. I'm hesitant to let them out. Soul is watching over them right now.
So she's doing a good job. Seems like a bit of a messed up situation.
You have no idea. But I don't suspect I will be able to keep her locked up forever. And I honestly don't know how this happened. I think when what happened, something tried to, either my own subconscious or a deity, I honestly don't know at this point, tried to find a better part of myself. And that was the choice that was offered. But I think we underestimated how malleable a soul can be, especially one like mine. And maybe they broke something, or maybe I was always broke. I don't know. I don't know how long I'm going to be here. I don't know if Soul's ever coming back. I don't know. So I'm just going to stay my time here until I can be here no more. And enjoy my time with all of you. And probably screw with Soul a little bit because her kitchen organization, it's too organized. Breton, you're awfully quiet.
I don't have much to say.
Really? Haven't seen each other in months, if not more. You get me for a day and then I die, and you'd have got nothing to say.
Well, truth be told, as I said before, it's not like you've really been gone. You've been bleeding into Soul so much, it's like you've been here already. The revelation about this third individual is, well, I know what you can get like when you're in a mood, so.
Yeah. Well. I'm sorry I failed all of you, and I'm sorry if Soul is not what you thought she was. She's a good person.
You say that like you're not a good person.
She's better than I am. By a wide margin, she's better than I am.
She's different than you are. It doesn't make her better. Everybody tries to help people in their own way. Doesn't mean if hers is more efficient, it doesn't make her a better person.
I think I almost killed Darius' sister when he ran into that thing. I don't know what it was. On the floating island.
Were you aware of everything that was happening while you were Soul then? And is Soul aware of everything that's happening now?
It's kind of like a dream. I'm there for some of it.
Can you communicate with Soul?
Not really.
You can't.
It's DM.
There were several times where we saw Soul talking to herself, and I always presumed that was her talking to you.
It's like hearing inside your head a voice or an instinct that isn't yours. You all have
the
inner voice in your head.
To interrupt.
Might be. The inner voice inside your head that gives you ideas or tells you what's good to do and what's bad to do or things like that. I think it's
you're not hearing this third voice.
Not yet.
Well, let's hope it stays that way.
I don't know. I can't say for sure if anything will happen or nothing will happen. I don't have the answers.
I guess it's good to see you in the flesh at the very least.
Sure.
Since I'm assuming that this is the hair is back, so this must be your body.
I think the body's always been mine. Just the hair. I didn't mind the white though.
Are you missing any of the old scars?
I think the eye scars are gone, aren't they? Yeah, no, the eye scars are still there.
No, the scars are still there.
I meant before Soul.
What do you mean?
You had scars before you were disintegrated. Like, if you had those scars still, that would prove, because last I checked, I don't think Soul had any of those scars.
No, Soul had them. Soul had her eye scar and her chest scar. Those are all.
And maybe it is your body. Maybe it's just being shared. It's still a weird thought to have.
And for the most part, she and I share abilities. Her spells are different than mine. But I think I inherited whatever training you gave her. Or at least I tried. It's the first time I've swung a sword in a long time.
Soul was yet to swing a sword in anger as well, so I mean... It's like you stole that from her.
She'll get over it. Actually, this time Ruby will actually look up. You'll get over it.
I'm sure she will, considering they look kind of painful anytime you hit that thing.
Oh, let's swing a sword, by the way.
In anger, like, does she fight something though?
Yeah.
Well, in anger means to actually like use it in a combat situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, Soul had used it in combat.
When? Oh, the elementals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because I made the joke about green flame blades. Like, you're literally quickening green flame blade to just hit it with a normal sword attack because it's immune to fire. Either way, it's a learning experience for you as much as it is for us, I guess. Because you got 3 heads rolling around in there.
Yeah, and I think sooner or later it's going to come to a head.
I would throw you off the boat if I...
Didn't know I could fly?
On the second next full day of transit, the forest finally breaks and opens into an arid rolling plain before turning rocky and hilly. And in front of you, you are met with a horizon line of a mountainous, very, very mountainous region with a giant range probably dead ahead of you. The climate is also, the air noticeably dips the closer you're getting to these mountains. You are now flying above Atria and the lands of the Triumvirate.
It's a shame we don't have Zedaar here.
He would have been a good guide. I'm sure he would have liked to have seen his homeland again.
Or at least where to go from here. Yeah, guide. Speaking of guide, can you guys get Sol some books on languages? She knows nothing. Something.
It's weird that that's one particular aspect of your memory that wasn't transferred over.
Sol's a different person.
You share a body, you share training, you share spells.
Some spells, not all of them.
Just seems to be a very specific niche of your aspect that doesn't transfer.
Ruby shrugs.
Perhaps it's because Sol hasn't had time to study.
She also hasn't asked anyone.
But yeah, next time we stop in a city big enough, we can probably try to get some books. Although now that we're out of the Gnomish lands, I do not know how prevalent printing is. Is printing even a thing?
What do the dragons use? Stone tablets? Come on. Scrolls and vellum is a thing.
Yeah, but it's printing, because that makes books a hell of a lot cheaper.
Well,
We just gotta acquire the Duolingo Chronicles.
Babblefish. We need Babblefish.
That's a really good point as well. We ran into this issue with Bumnumdum where we had a hard time speaking the language of the locals. How prevalent is common in Atria, or is this going to be a thing where only people speak Draconic?
Majority of us do speak Draconic, thankfully, but
You can't speak Draconic?
Not something that I ever learned, I'm afraid.
Oh, well.
Common is not as common in Atria but there
Why is it called common, Mitch?
Common to the other continent.
Yeah. What do they call them? That's the question.
Basic.
Basic. No, because that would imply that it's everybody knows it.
Human.
And then the hieroglyphic version of that is Visual Basic.
Oh my god.
That's a coding language I hated.
Same.
God, that's such a... You guys are full of puns tonight. Jesus.
I hate this.
Oh,
movie.
this is just like slower than the transit here. But yes, you're heading to the capital, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So your ship continues towards the capital of Atria. And you are definitely, although your distance from the ground hasn't changed, you definitely feel over the next couple of days of travel, your elevation and altitude has, as you begin to head towards the capital of Atria, also known as the Mountain with No End. Tagora. Right. Atria is an interesting place to be flying over. It's very stark in contrast to Bumnumdum. Bumnumdum is full leafy green forest cover, whereas this is... You can kind of tell from the sky that it's patchworks between dirt and thin grasses here. And the hills really climb, but like it's very rocky as well in landscape. It's not very... There's not a lot of foliage. Especially not over this part that you're flying over. You also don't see a lot of farmlands. You see a lot of like herding, sheep and livestock, but you don't see a lot of like agriculture to the extent of like Nardathel with the rolling like wheat fields and vineyards and things like that. And eventually you reach the city. The city is on a small plateau, not quite at the peak of the mountain, about halfway up, and is surrounded almost in its own little cove of mountainous terrain. The city itself is sprawling, huge, but one wall of the city is completely up against the rocky fascias of the cliff. There is only one road into the capital and one road out. There's not exactly a clean location for you to land either. Other than directly in the center of the city, where there is some green. There's like parks, public parks by the looks of it.
So,
what's the kind of like architecture and stuff that we're looking at? Like, is it very, very different from what we've seen before?
Greco-Roman.
Nice.
I mean that guards like marching down the street are just wearing your standard like Roman infantryman uniforms.
You don't know from here. You're still in the skyship.
We should find a place to put down.
Flattest area you can find, I suppose. That are going to have to rappel down.
Should we find a hippodrome or something?
I think we should land. That would allow us to do it. Sorry.
Do they not have skyship landing dock in Atria?
No, that was stated ages ago. The last possible one was in the capital of Bumnumdum, I believe.
Kaitang probably has one too, but
I'm pretty sure there's not one here. Let me double check that.
Zedaar was specifically mentioning that he would act as a liaison to maybe get one built here.
Correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no skyship port here. Yep. Nope. The last one is Gundash.
Yeah, the Iron Duke didn't have much of a rapport with Atria.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet, anyways. It's being worked on by top men.
Top men.
Yes, that is the second time you gotten the reference, and I appreciate it. You got 0 checks.
Isn't it a little bit derogatory to be calling them men? Isn't that like saying human, right? Like,
I mean, is it like in
I
human
don't
language?
know.
We say top men as in individuals that are associated with the male gender. I guess that could be sexist if you think that's like we're assuming it's men that are going to be responsible for doing it.
True.
It's a quote from a movie that's a long time old, so that's fair. That would also not be sensible to our current predilections. Anyways.
But yeah, there isn't really anywhere to put down on the approach to the city as it is. It's massive cliff faces and a single road. You can try and put down on the road and block access to the city, however that would be saying, or there's like greens and parks in the city. But again, you'll be landing in the city.
I mean, we may just have to circle up farther and farther and hope that there's something somewhere that's not directly in the way, or is it more? Are we going to just have to do a dust off just to get into town?
We could land in the green, in the center of the city.
We could piss a lot of people off like that.
I think on the outskirts is fine.
I would prefer the outskirts as well. We would need to make ourselves known as an embassy, regardless.
Getting permission to land in the town square would certainly make trading easier, but I feel like dusting off and just having the ship take off immediately might be the more sensible option there.
I agree, and then we can also introduce our philosopher friend, as he is an official envoy from Bumnumdum.
Right, I forgot they're here.
Yes, that's why the Badgers are still in the cargo hold.
They don't take up a lot of space, and they don't leave that room that often.
They were so helpful against the fire thing.
Yeah, that would have been very useful to have some cavalry to outflank it.
You didn't ask them to come.
Our badgery,
They did their job. They protected the guy that was on the ship.
Yep.
Precisely.
The hundreds of feet in the air.
Yes. Listen, we didn't drag him in here to make him fight an elemental that was not in the original plan.
More so to the point, it would have involved more people potentially getting injured. All I got was a boo-boo.
Over the past couple days, Breton has basically been recovering from like 3rd-degree burns.
Yep.
Oh, quiet, you baby.
He hasn't been complaining, it's just how much damage he took.
Speaking of that, you should probably give us all that's the one. Yep. No, a long rest.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Hilarious. That gave the full rest to the aspect of fire as well.
It's fire. It did come back. It's back again. They say it comes back.
I should have taken that skull. Damn it! Would have been a great souvenir to hang on the.
It always comes back.
Wait, it says the party is taking a long rest, so that means that the aspect of fire is now in our party.
Ruby, we've got something to confess right now.
It's Kate fearing.
We fight the third aspect.
The aspect is the third Ruby.
It's like Kate. It's just hanging on the bottom of the ship this whole time.
Why do I smell burning wood?
No, the really hot on the lowest deck right now.
Okay, friends, what are you doing? Where are you going?
Stretching time for 9 minutes.
I think we dust off on the road for a moment and just use that to walk into town.
I will ask Marcus to just continue to circle. Actually,
menacingly.
Maybe you should land, because circling would be.
There's nowhere to land. But
outside of the ship, like outside of the city, we just.
It still behaves like a hot air balloon, so we could just
hover,
put a stake in the ground and tie it.
Yeah.
Yes. Why don't we just land or hang out for a moment, have it stay fluttering above, and we'll go in and negotiate a landing inside the city.
Yeah,
I would agree. This is a reasonable thing.
Yeah, we spent how much time sitting in like an open field before? We can just do, the same thing.
We could also do. I think we have access to Featherfall. We could do a Featherfall drop.
Hell yeah!
I mean, we don't need. We can literally just do a dust off outside of the city. There's no reason.
We can do that outside the city too.
We need the badges. We need the professor.
Yeah.
We need his crew. We're not going to all expect them to.
That's why I said
the last time we did that, Gourd
How
almost broke his legs.
How are you dusting off? Like what? Again, it's not a flat surface.
Well, you did describe that one of the roads would be serviceable, I believe.
Yes, but you'd be blocking the road.
Yes, we'd be blocking the road for maybe a minute or two, rather than parking there and staying there indefinitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the traffic
have some?
Well, no, because the last thing I heard was people were putting stakes down to, like.
No, you tie it off on one of the hills where it doesn't have to land.
Yeah, so it's still hovering like 50 feet up or something.
But it's not circling the city menacingly.
It's just tied down.
No, it's just parked like the Star Destroyer in that one Star Wars movie.
Jeddah.
It's just hovering, hovering over Jeddah.
Okay, so you're hoping to essentially drawbridge the door, the freshly repaired door onto onto one of the levels of the road, essentially up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just drop
And
down.
somebody
the
could jump
boat or
off to
whatever.
stop people coming in or getting underneath it and getting squished. Like,
Yeah,
Have some crew off on the sides yelling down there, clear the way!
Stop!
Yeah.
Open your eyes.
Let's just make a great first impression, guys.
Okay. This is gonna need it. Zep, give me a piloting check, please, because this.
For the crew.
Because you are having to, you know, go close to a mountain to try and stop. It's kind of like a skyship dot, but this area is not made for it. Okay.
And you know what? I will do a flash of genius just to add a little bit of extra panache. 29.
The ship positions itself well. The drawbridge comes down, crushing the rope wall that is a safety barrier to denote the edge of the road.
I'll pay for that.
And you can step off.
Perfect. So it is our group, it is the Badger Cavalry, and the Philosopher.
Okay, you're which philosopher? The Atria, the Bumnumdum one, or the two Minotaurs?
Oh, they came with us?
Yes.
All three
I
of them.
think I think all of them are supposed to be coming.
I actually didn't
During the
know
travel,
we
they
were
had
coming
to
with us.
Yeah,
I thought it was the Flap Apple Shield that was coming with us.
The other
Yeah.
two said they'd come with you too, because you specifically asked them to gather a group of philosophers to have a conversation
missed that
in the
part.
Great Library in Atria. Like,
It's been a while, man.
it's not. It's not. This was
The entire diplomatic party.
okay.
I just missed that enough air.
I have been replaced. Sorry.
This is the third
Zaraj.
aspect.
Yeah, Saraj, you have made it.
Her movement speed is fast enough that she could go from Darius's camera to his camera throughout the session. Okay.
And change color.
That's just red shifting.
You
Jesus,
are,
not
as
time.
you exit, you are given very confused looks by some passers-by who are making their way up the mountain. You see what seems to be a three-horn with big baskets on the side of it carrying what seems to be, they seem to be full of fungus.
I was going to ask, because two of us are getting off the ship with giant badgers, and one of us is getting off the ship with a horse, which I don't imagine are local to the area. So this is like, are these guys just dropping monsters off? Like, what the hell?
People understand what a horse is.
Sure.
The badgers are a little confused, but also with the relations and the history between Atria and Bumnumdum. People know what those are, and they also see who stepped off of this, and they're like, and there's whispers. There's very clear whispers from the locals as they make it up the mountain road.
It's no different than Zedaar, literally everywhere in Longreach.
Yeah, it's that again. Just it's.
But now it's towards the rest of the party.
Yeah, exactly that. And then they notice that like majority of you are humans and stuff. They're like, oh, okay.
So
And
you know how I feel.
Wow. Hashtag casual racism.
It's not casual when it comes to tieflings.
Anyway.
At least they are not making short jokes.
I mean, there are
Yeah.
humans, dwarves, and stuff
That'd
in
be
the
really
population here. They're just not
You.
as prevalent as Dragonborns and other Dragonkin.
Dragonborn on average are also a lot taller than humans, so like most of you are shorter than them by comparison.
But then you compare the kobolds.
The kobolds are also very short. That is their resident.
That's
it's like
their
their version of the
halfling.
halflings, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say that.
It's their halfling.
Oh, but you know what? Actually, the weirdest creature here is probably Braun, a giant metal man.
Yeah, that's the one that's getting to rule. But also, people were like, are they just in plate armor or like? To be fair, the skyship is like kind of like wondrous to people, and there is it's fair,
Especially with that landing of plus 20 on that roll. Probably had every crew had high vis vests and some things to like guide it in.
Being one of the first ones off the ship and seeing people kind of stopping, Breton will just raise a hand and says, "Hello, is there anyone here who understands Common?"
I will translate.
Do you
for him
speak
into
English?
He's trying to get an idea of how common actually is here. That's the problem. That's the point.
You just see one of the like there's a Dragonborn that was also there's quite a few, but like one of them that's in like it says more like formal clothes goes, "Salve! Yes, I do speak a little bit of the communal tongue."
Sorry about the surprise. And imagine looking over and seeing, like, as the ship is starting to lift up this rope bridge. Sorry about the that'll be fixed before we're gone. Don't worry. We're new here. We're just trying to get a feel for things. I don't speak Draconic. I was trying to get an idea of how difficult it might be to communicate.
You're speaking very quickly.
Breton will just stop and.
Should I translate, Breton?
The lack of a more is kind of hard to follow.
He just nods to Darius and just walks. He just turns the horse around and takes a few trots back.
Don't worry about the rope bridge. We'll fix that, or the fence. We'll fix that eventually.
Zep is already fixing it.
Yeah.
Friend's already fixing it.
I figured Zep was going to turn around and see it and be like, "Oh, project."
Yeah. That takes you all of 5.
Fix what? It is already done.
It's pretty much you repair it. Yeah, you repair it by the time the drawbridge actually closes again on the ship.
With his mind, just like connects everything.
Like okay.
All right. Welcome, traveler, to Atria. Then may I be the first of my many kin here to welcome you.
I apologize for my accent. It's not great, so parse through this. We're looking for...
There's a little bit of a kobold inflection to it.
Didn't know that. I just learned it from a book, and my sister. So we're looking for the... What was it called? Great Library? Or the Grand Library? What was it called?
Are you asking that in common back to us?
No, I'm asking out of character because I forgot the actual name of the official thing.
The Great Library.
The Great Library.
Actually, that's not my notes anymore. I just deleted that shit.
Yeah, we're looking for the Great Library. Could you give us a generalized direction of where that is in the city?
Very center.
Well, that was easy. Thank you.
It's yes. It's right next to the Senator's District.
Great. The Senator's District gave a side eye to Zaraj.
Bahamut's blessings to you. Is there somewhere we should register our arrival?
Looks at the skyship. Oh, I'm sure someone will be here to see you.
Let's just wait here.
Perhaps
sure the authorities will be here eventually.
Perhaps announce who you are at the front gate. Perhaps announce who you are at the front gate. It's, you know. He points up the mountain. And then the crowd also begins to sort of disperse and get upon their way now that they've seen this eclectic party dismount on the side of the road, on the side of a mountain. If I remember correctly, we are how elevated right now? Quite elevated. We're quite elevated. I want to just try to guess how high up we currently are.
We just gave these guys water cooler talk for a generation. Like
yeah, we're currently 9,000 feet above sea level. Air's pretty thin.
We regularly
here.
travel.
Not that high, you don't. Not this is you'll be. You don't regularly travel at this height.
Ears are popping.
But yeah, there's a lot of that. But as you climb the mountain and approach the gates of Atria, and are presented by at the front gate and are met by a large group of what seem to be knights. We're going to leave it there for tonight's episode. So yeah, welcome to Atria, everybody. It is
3 seasons and several dozen episodes.
And you don't have your Dragonborn here.
You don't have the Dragonborn here.
Long gone.
He's off trying to make things better for this place.
Yep.
while we're here fixing the problem.
Yep.
He's not even. He's on the opposite side of the continent that we came from over the oceans.
He's almost as far away from here as you can get.
Without starting to come back around.
What do you mean? This plane's flat.
No, it's not.
Why is it called a plane? Because it's flat.
Yeah.
Like a plane.
Yeah, it's like an open plane. Anyway, friends, all we've got left to do tonight is to thank those who have been here with me. So I would love to thank DM Opal, DM Lake, Kinda Odder, Lord Lambert, Mordred Viking, and Commissar Roach. Sadly, I don't get to. Yeah, I got something got stuck in my throat there. And sadly, I do not get to thank Zaraj because she's ill. But we're also normally joined by Ghibli Jam. I'm getting there. I've been Midgeman. This has been the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast, and we will see you next time. Bye bye now.
Bye bye.